Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our forum. Please take your seats. We will commence shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our forum will start in 1 minute. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our forum will start in 1 minute. Thank you.
The Republic of India and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, two nations that enjoy a strong and long-lasting relationship based on a foundation of cooperation and understanding. One that has paved the way for an exceptional partnership, propelling economic growth and fostering cultural exchange, India's diverse industry capabilities, and Saudi's Vision 2030, driving the Republic of India and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, two nations that enjoy a strong and long-lasting relationship based on a foundation of cooperation and understanding. One that has paved the way for an exceptional partnership, propelling economic growth and fostering cultural exchange, India's diverse industry capabilities, and Saudi's Vision 2030. Driving rapid transformation across sectors has sparked growth in the technology, chemical, and energy industries, increasing two-way trade by $31 billion last year. investments in construction, manufacturing, and hospitality have blossomed, with some 3,000 Indian companies having invested in the kingdom, while Saudi companies have invested over $3.1 billion into key Indian industries such as agriculture technology and renewable energy as we move forward.
Welcome
The
to
synergy
the
between
Indian Saudi Investment Forum hosted here in India. Ab Sabika Swagat hai. My name is Yasser Al-Sagaf, and for those, thank you. I've been practicing my language lately. My name is Yasser Al-Sagaf, and for those who have attended the gala dinner, you'll be hearing from me a lot today. As you can see on the screen and on the back of your badges, there's a QR code for our event app. With the app, you can check the latest agenda, overview attendees, and check out the latest news from the Investment Forum and Invest Saudi. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome all members of the Saudi delegation on behalf of His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih, Minister of Investment, and the Indian delegation on behalf of His Excellency Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food, and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India. In today's meeting, we'll explore together the investment opportunities that both the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and India have to offer. We will share the exciting progress in our joint investment collaborations up to date. We'll also be looking at the bright future ahead for the two nations. So please stay tuned to discover the world of opportunities available. We have a great number of guests with us today. And before we get into the opening remarks, allow me to welcome a number of our guests to the stage. Please welcome Ms. Nivruti Rai, MD and CEO, Invest India. Please welcome Mr. Badr Al-Badr, Deputy Minister of Investor Outreach, Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia. Please welcome Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Please welcome Mr. Hassan Al-Huwazi, Chairman, Federation of Saudi Chambers. And also please welcome Mr. Khalid Al-Abd Al-Karim, Vice Chairman of the Saudi Indian Business Council. And also Mr. Shulesh Pathak, Secretary General, FICCI. And Dr. Siddiq Ahmed, Co-Chair, FICCI Middle East Council, and Chairman and Managing Director, Iram Group. Last but not least, Shri Sanjeev, Joint Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. And now, without further ado, it is now my pleasure to pass it over to Ms. Nivruti Rai, MD and CEO of Invest India, who will open the investment forum.
Salaam alaikum and Jai Hind. Very good morning to all of you. We want to welcome all of you who have taken the time, made the effort to come here. Our Prime Minister says, time is right and time is now. And I've been thinking about this. The one thing that came to my mind is, forever we knew the strength and the power of Saudi Arabia. You knew what India stood for. But why is the time right now? It is because so far we were thinking with our minds. Now we are thinking with our minds and our hearts. I'll tell you, India has a dream. Our dream is, how do we become a nation which drives growth, value, and sustainability, not just for itself, but for humanity. We have a dream that we want to be a 10x economy by 2047, which marks 100 years of our independence. And when I look at Saudi Arabia, you have a dream. You have a dream. I read about NEOM, and I'm thinking how amazing it is. When I think Saudi Arabia, I looked and researched on the Arabic meaning of Saudi. And I learned it's not just the family, the tribe, it also means fortunate. The second thing is Arabia. As a child, always, whether it was in our Bollywood movies, you know a lot of Bollywood movies, as well as, us as children, even in our religion, horses have been very important. So when I think of Saudi, I think of fortunate, of course with oil. I also think of a land of horses, and I also think a lot of sand, and finally dreams. When I think India, I see people, 1.4 billion people, and each person is a source of energy, a source of data. I also think software. In the past, why now? Why time is right now? In the past, we built software for others. Now we are building software for us. If you look at our digital infrastructure, I don't think anybody can claim the strong digital infrastructure we have with our biometric multi-factor identity and many things. So I really think time is right now with the strength of India, which is people, which is data, which is software, which is platform, which is digital infrastructure, and also physical infrastructure. And I also want to tell you that India is housing 20% of semiconductor designers of the world. So I really think with the dream that we have of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy, I really think we have a great partner in you with your strength. It starts with sand. Sand is silica, which is silicon dioxide. And we all know you remove the oxide with chlorine, you create the clean silicon, and that's what the wafers are made of. If India is dreaming 500 gigawatt of solar power, it needs its silicon. And I really think, and today we are dependent on other countries, specifically one country to name it, and solar silicon is much less complex and can be done out of Saudi Arabia. So there stands one partnership. I really think semiconductor is very, very critical, whether it is for solar silicon or it's for semiconductor going into powering every little smart device or cars or homes or even NEOM that you have. The second thing I feel, again, it's coming from my heart. Horses are important. I have never seen anybody not talk about the Arabic horse, how beautiful and strong it is, and your Al-Ula, the very first sand polo. So I'm thinking, did you know that the modern version of polo was originated in India out of Manipur? We have demonstrated, sports as an attraction for investment and also for tourism with cricket. Can we work together and create, like the Indian Premier League for cricket, can we have a Indian or Arabic Premier League for polo and have the two countries participate? The last thing is, with your NEOM, I really think we have a lot of partnership. The one thing, I just recently moved from Bangalore to Delhi. The biggest challenge for me was not culture, not people. It's the same. It's the food is same. People are lovely. Was the weather. Bangalore is very pleasant, not very hot. Delhi is hot and humid many times. Right now we are in the good times. I really think with thermal engineering, with the ability to actually artificially create wonderful weather, can invite anybody and everybody to be part and living in NEOM. There are thermal engineering, in World War I and II, when sulfuric acid became part of the clouds, you heard of what is called acid rain. It was negative. We can use a similar technology to create cooler weathers, and there are companies in India doing it. They're also working on global warming and trying to protect coral reef. And you have a Red Sea filled with beautiful corals, we can partner. So I'm thinking there are tremendous opportunities. I'm really thankful you are here. And I really think time is now because our dreams are aligned. We are not just two strong nations with different strengths. We are two strong nations who are aspiring growth. You have a $1 trillion economy with $25,000 GDP per capita. You can grow 4x and get to be one of the leading GDP per capita. That's quality of life for your people. Same as India. We have aspirations of making our GDP 10x, so GDP per capita 10x. We can work together. And lastly, any solution, whether it is a NEOM or a 500 gigawatt of power or a smart agriculture where 2% of India creates agricultural food for everybody in India, it takes technology. And I will also tell you, technology is solution. It's not just one single technology. I really think time is now right because a convergence of technology is happening. AI is driving cost reduction and efficiency. And therefore, if you are working on a dream project, if we are working on a dream project, collaboration, collective intelligence will make our dreams come sooner, faster. Thank you very much, and welcome all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Nivruti Rai. Mutual respect and mutual love between the two nations. Now, please welcome Mr. Badr Al-Badr, Deputy Minister of Investor Outreach, Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia, for the welcoming remarks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, all. Your Excellencies, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, the prominent Secretary of Department of Industry and Internal Trade, Your Excellency, Mr. Nivruti Rai, CEO and MD of Invest India, Mr. Shailesh Patang, the Secretary General of FICC, FICCI, His Excellency also Hassan Al-Hawezi, the Chairman of the Saudi Federation of Chambers, also the Mr. Khalid Al-Abd Al-Karim, the co-chair of the Saudi Indian Business Council, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Let me first say how delighted I am to be here in such a beautiful setting with such a wonderful and impressive set of representatives from private sectors and government of both countries. With such an exciting program ahead of us, and this forum, which is also in parallel of the official visits of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to the G20 summit and the official state visit to India. Secondly, I would like to congratulate the Indian government for the successful presidency of the G20 year, and with the successful also declarations that is in line with the theme, One Earth, One Family, One Future. Thirdly, I must express my gratitude, and that's of the entire Saudi delegation, to our friends and also partners from the Indian, especially the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Department, and also from the Promotions of Industry and Internal Trade, and the whole team of Invest India, headed by Nivruti, and also Vicky, and for all the entities working together, coordinate today's proceedings and events. We'll be working day and night. We started a year ago for all of this. This forum is an important and valuable step between our two countries to help us understand and also further grow the strong business investments and trade opportunities between Saudi Arabia and India, which has been also prosperous through generations. And it's imperative for both countries that we do this, because taking into account all the complexities of the current global geopolitical situations from Asia to Africa to Europe, and the resulting complications with the international supply chain and trade network, we all appreciate how critical it is now to grow economic relations with other countries across all aspects, especially India. This visit is therefore important to us. I would like to announce that the Ministry of Investments of Saudi Arabia and Invest India have signed a bilateral agreement, and this is a very important agreement to strengthen the investments and tie and fostering mutual investments endeavor between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and India, and also give the comfort zone to investors and traders to do business more and more with each other. And it's an occasion we want also to take an advantage of, because there is also, at this event, clearly we see a major opportunities to grow commercial links between our countries, including in diverse range of opportunities from engineering to advanced manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, food processing, renewable energies and sustainabilities, chemical and fertilizers, to ICT and many, many others sectors. At a high level, we can see how the opportunities between Saudi and India have been growing by looking, for example, at the trade figures between our countries. In 2018, India exported goods to Saudi Arabia of about 5.6 billion US dollars. But in 2022, last year, it was nearly 10.7 billion US dollars. This is a growth of 85% in a 5 years' time. Whereas overall Saudi imports grew by just 39% in the same period. This shows a great achievement by India and Indian exports and exporters, and it's also shown the attractiveness of the Saudi market. And this growth was achieved during the challenging also period that includes the COVID-19 pandemic, energy shocks, geopolitical upheavals, food security challenges, high inflations, environmental challenges, trading blocks, tensions, and supply chain issues. Despite the challenges, as the economy of Saudi Arabia growing and diversified over the last 6.5 years, so have our needs also as well growing. In response, there has been a wider diversification of goods and services coming from India to Saudi Arabia. Indeed, during this period, India has overtaken countries like Germany in terms of the size of exports to Saudi Arabia. The growth trajectory of Saudi exports to India has also followed a healthy growth path. Saudi exports to India between 2018 and 2022 have grown by 114%. And last year were 42 billion US dollars of export from Saudi Arabia compared to 26 billion in 2018, $26 billion. However, while trade and business activities between our countries is developing well, I am sure we can increase the volume of activities and increase of levels of investments in projects and ventures together. We just signed and we notice more than 47 MOUs and agreements, B2B and B2G today, and that also shows a growth in the activities between our two countries. Both of our private sectors participants are looking for new investment opportunities and destinations abroad and at home across many compatible sectors. As Her Excellency Noverty mentioned, some of you, the competitive advantage and the new sectors also. I believe we, as a Saudi and India, the right fit for each other. Your demand is our supply, and our demand is your supply as well. So, in Saudi, we believe investment is particularly critical for the long-term growth of an economy. Investment leads to assets creations, which leads to enhanced productions, employment, overall economic progress. We want to make this happen between Saudi and Indian companies and investors. We have many shared interests, and we want to develop a stronger bilateral relations underpinned by the economic and commercial bonds. We want to grow the relations into a partnership. So if you may allow me, I would like to give you a brief background of why Saudi and why Saudi companies are such a good partners for you. Why the investments and business opportunities in Saudi Arabia are exceptional. Why Saudi is a marketplace you should be investing in. We as a government provide the marketplace, the opportunities, the demand. All of our friends and partners from India provide the supply and the capabilities and the know-how they already have. You will, of course, know Saudi Arabia as a long-term global superpower in terms of traditional energy. But hopefully, you will also know that now we developed into something so much more than that. Our dynamic transformations has been created under the framework of what we call, and all of you know, Vision 2030, launched 6.5 years ago by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister. It is the most significant transformations in the history of modern Saudi Arabia. The scope of Vision 2030 reforms, and I want to stick also to the word reforms. More than 600 reforms since we launched the Vision 2030. The scope of the Vision 2030 reforms are wide-ranging. It includes the privatizations of many state assets and the opening up of supply chain, of productions, of services, of sales, and of investments opportunities to 100% foreign-owned companies across nearly all sectors in our economy. Indeed, because of Vision 2030, We have a private sector investments opportunities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia of more than 3.2 trillion US dollars from now until 2030. We are a G20 economy that has been growing at a basis of 4% for the last 25 years. Last year, we were the fastest growing economy among the G20. Our GDP growth was by 8.7% to a 1.1 trillion US dollars. Our economy is developing in other ways also too, in terms of business efficiency. The World Economic Forum and the Institute of Management Development, which is the IMD, now rank us as at the 16th best country in the world. Vision 2030 is also transforming us socially. For example, female participations in the workforces is now more than 34%, up from 16% only 5 years ago, a major achievement. To be clear, it is Saudi Arabia unequivocal goal to be one of the world's 15th largest economies by the end of this decade. Vision 2030, underpinned by our national investment strategy, sets high ambitions, but also provides the political will and the financial also muscles and incentives to make these ambitions realities. And we are well underway to achieving our ambition. In addition to our rapid growth and diversifications, we have a solid balance sheet backed also by a moderate level of debts and large financial reserve, low inflation, a solid and improving sovereign credit rating, and a strong currency pegged to the US dollar, underpinned by an exceptional economic environment and a robust financial system. The Kingdom is also provided with a favorable demographics and improving employment levels across all demographic segments. We are the largest economy in our region, and the Saudi Stock Exchange has become the world's 9th largest exchange in terms of market value. The Saudi Stock Exchange, by the way, is chaired by a woman. We are now offering our partners a unique ground floor opportunities to embed themselves into exciting and rapidly growing marketplace with a set of the participants' full opportunities and demand and investment resources. Our Saudi companies are excellent potential partners for you because of their capabilities and capacities, their scale, their technology, their knowledge, their financial and operational strength, and their experience. You will discover that they really are go-to and they're ready, a business partner and solution providers in their respective areas. As a competent and as a capable as the best companies in the world. And I am delighted to have with us today on this event also a senior representative from some of the even our leading companies across many sectors. Therefore, I urge you all to seize this unique opportunity and take an advantage of the networking opportunities during and after this event to meet companies and to explore potentials. By the way, we have even an app. And so far, we really organized more than 200 B2B and B2G meetings so far. So I really urge you and advise you all to take an advantage of this and to meet your potential partners as well. I should briefly mention to you the role of the Ministry of Investments, known as MISA. Our role is to develop the entire structure, facilities, and facilitate an approach to investments in Saudi Arabia for generating economic growth and for also outward investments in other countries by Saudi companies. So we may do together business in India and in Saudi Arabia, and we can see also there is a great partnership between Saudi and Indians in third countries as well. So we are your gateway also for the investments and working together closely with all the government entities and Saudi entities. MISA will thus be one of your partners if you develop any business links with Saudi companies. Once again, may I say how delighted and pleased we are to be here, and we thank our Indian partners and friends for their hospitalities and generosities and warm welcome. And also hopeful we are that we will be able to build an even better trade and investments dialogues with you all. Your Excellency, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Badr Al-Badr. Looking forward to a great forum today, and I welcome you all again. Please, would you now welcome Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, for the final welcoming remarks.
His Excellency, Mr. Badr Al-Badr, Deputy Minister of Investors Outreach, Ministry of Investment, Saudi Arabia. Shri Hassan Al-Huwaizi, Chairman, Federation of Saudi Chambers. Mr. Khalid Al-Abdul Karim, Vice Chairman of the Saudi India Business Council. Mr. Shailesh Pathak, Secretary General, FICCI. Mr. Adib Ahmed, Chair of the FICCI Middle East Council. And my colleague, Sri Sanjeev, Joint Secretary in the Department of Industry and Internal Trade, Government of India. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and business leaders who are gracing this forum today. India's relations with Saudi Arabia are one of the most important bilateral relations in our extended neighborhood. And through this forum, I look forward to discussing pathways for mutual growth by furthering our already strong economic and cultural bonds. These bonds are set to be further strengthened by the recent announcement on the sidelines of the G20 summit of a major new economic and infrastructure corridor linking Europe with the Middle East and India. India and Saudi Arabia commemorated more than 75 years of the establishment of formal diplomatic relationship recently, and we are the fourth country with which Saudi Arabia has formed a strategic partnership. As noted by our Honorable Prime Minister, the Strategic Partnership Council between India and Saudi Arabia has strengthened the already robust relationship between our two countries. Currently, Saudi Arabia ranks as our 19th largest investor with an investment value of US $3.2 billion over the last 4 years or so. More than 90% of this investment has come, in fact, in the last 5 years. which highlights the growing importance of our relationship. However, there is still huge unrealized potential in this relationship. His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had announced during his visit to India in 2019 that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would be investing $100 billion in India in diversified sectors such as energy, refining, petrochemicals, infrastructure, agriculture, minerals, mining, manufacturing, education, and health in the ensuing years. I'm hopeful that these investment exchanges will be further enhanced. This is particularly important given the fact that India's current growth trajectory is unparalleled. Already we are in the process of, even at current growth rates, we are in the process of adding $0.75 trillion to our GDP every second year. We'll be a $10 trillion economy in 2030, even in a business as usual scenario. This growth trajectory is basically buttressed by our strong political leadership combined with robust macroeconomic numbers and unparalleled investment in our physical and in our digital infrastructure. This is also backed by having one of the most youthful populations in the world with a dependency ratio of just 31% and a median age of population which is just 28 years. There is a strong economic dividend, demographic dividend rather, which combined with the investment that we are making in capital expenditure will ensure sustained growth over the next few decades. India is already the 5th largest economy in the world. In the next 2 years, it will become the 3rd largest economy in the world. It also has the world's 3rd largest startup ecosystem. It ranks 8th in the world in terms of the climate performance index. And we are already meeting, or in fact, we are ahead of the curve as far as meeting our climate goals are concerned. As was mentioned by Mr. Al-Badr, our bilateral trade has already reached $52 billion, with Indian exports rising to about $10.7 billion in the last year. We have reached a stage where we can move beyond the oil trade to new areas of engagement in areas like food processing, tourism, renewable energy, health, entertainment, etc. As a part of this diversification, the Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and India's own energy transition plans, which look to shift from conventional sources to alternative renewable and clean energy sources, can work in tandem with each other to mutual benefit. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is already an important part of the International Solar Alliance and is contributing to fulfill the ISA's mission. In addition, several Saudi Arabian companies have invested in our wind and solar energy sectors, and we look forward to collaboratively working with you in new areas like hydrogen energy. There is also tremendous scope for collaboration in the emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, cybersecurity, automation, and space, where we are looking to further liberalize our foreign direct investment norms to bring in private sector and foreign investment in our space sector. In the near future, there is also tremendous scope for collaboration between the Saudi Arabian military industry and our own Make in India campaign, which can enable us to work on joint collaboration on defense projects of mutual interest. Similarly, we can work together in the aviation sector, where India is emerging as the world's fastest growing aviation sector. The National Cybersecurity Authority of Saudi Arabia is already engaged with Indian entities for expertise sharing and training of Saudi professionals. And I understand that a lot of Saudi companies are looking at enhancing their virtual presence and outsourcing some of their operations outside the kingdom. I want to remind you that almost all global multinational corporations now shore their R&D and their back office operations in India in what we call global capability centers. We hope Saudi Arabian companies can also take advantage of such opportunities. India is also recognized as the pharmaceutical capital of the world. Bilateral investment exchange in the pharmaceutical domain will contribute to our economic complementarities and will contribute towards Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. You can consider making investments in our bulk drug parks and medical devices parks, which will benefit in terms of infrastructure ecosystem and provide access to domestic and international markets. Investment in renewable energy is another key area where we can collaborate for our mutual benefit as Saudi Arabia looks to diversify its economy and India moves to transition to a greater dependence on renewable energy. Lastly, I want to emphasize that investing in India can enhance Saudi Arabia's food security as well. We have a lot of, we have an open sky policy when it comes to FDI in the food processing sector, and there is tremendous scope for collaboration there to source commodities like rice, red meat, sugar, seafood, etc. from this country. India, I may also point out, is the home of almost 20% of the world's agri-tech startups, and that's another area where tremendous opportunities for collaboration and investment exist. I began my address with appreciation and gratitude to the existing robust ties between our two countries, and I want to end by my conviction and my strong belief that the best is yet to come in terms of our mutually beneficial and strategic economic partnership. Thank you all and wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, for the remarks, and these were the final remarks. We will now, ladies and gentlemen, move on to our presentations on the investment opportunities in India and Saudi Arabia. I'd like to welcome Asad Al-Jamoui, Managing Director of the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, Ministry of Investment, to provide more insight into Invest Saudi and initiatives. Let's welcome Mr. Asad Al-Jamoui. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, a very good morning to all of you and thank you very much for being here with us today. My name is Asad. I'm a senior advisor to His Excellency Minister Khalid Al-Falih, the Saudi Minister of Investment, and I'm also the Managing Director of the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, as I will come to talk to it shortly. Thank you very much for this great crowd. I'm really beyond honored. This is my first visit to India, so I'm happy to see this great turnout as it shows great interest in what the two countries are doing. And this presentation is about two segments. The first one talks about Vision 2030, as Deputy Badr gave us a great segue into this topic. What is Vision 2030? What are some of the salient features of the program and what it's trying to achieve, and where are we at with some of the targets? The second segment of the presentation talks about a very interesting topic that has been the talk of the hour for the last 3 years, I would say, since COVID-19, which is global supply chain resilience and disruptions. So if I may start with the Vision 2030 without any further ado until they get the presentation ready, and there it is. It's mainly a transformational program, so we can describe Vision 2030 to be the Saudi Arabian transformational program, culturally, socially, and economically. It was launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Saudi back in 2016 with the sole objective of diversifying the kingdom's economy away from being reliant on oil. So by virtue of that, you can think of it as moving away from state-led to private sector-led, from relying on the government to productivity. So that is the transformation nature of the program. So moving forward, next please. So it's hinged mainly on three main pillars: a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. These are qualitative measures. If we want to put some quantitative measures into them, a vibrant society would be something like, how can we improve home ownership from 47% to 70% by 2030? How can we decrease unemployment from 12% to 7%? How can we improve the non-oil revenue of the Saudi government from merely a $43 billion when the vision started into $267 billion, and so on? If you look at the economic side of the vision, how can we turn the PIF, the Public Investment Fund, from merely a lending organization back in 2016 to become one of the biggest and largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, starting from $160 billion and moving all the way to $2 trillion of assets managed under its custody. So where are we at with some of these numbers? The first pillar, we are way under our way to achieve the objectives. We are at 8.5% unemployment. We started at 12 and now we're under our way to achieve something we have surpassed already. If you look at women participation in the workforce, we are at 35% now, way ahead of our objective by 2030, which was set to be 30%, starting from 20-ish%. Next. So just like any roadmap for any investment plan, the national investment strategy is hinged on 4 main pillars. The first one is the investment opportunities, which, as the name implies, it talks about how can we unlock investment opportunities by holding these kinds of forums. How can we extend what we have in terms of value proposition to global investors everywhere in the world and work together to create those investment opportunities. The second pillar talks about the investor, which is the subject of the whole investment ecosystem. How can we enable the environment for the investor to make sure that it's a lucrative, economic, and flourishing environment for this investment? The third one talks about funding. So how can we have accessibility to the financial instruments? Long-term, low-interest rate loans, incentives, what have you, to enhance the deficits in those different economies and make it more attractive to the investor. And finally, the encompassing environment. How can we make the regulations and the investment environment conducive to create those investment powers that we aspire to create? So these are the main pillars of the National Investment Strategy. And just as a segue before moving into the second part of the discussion, I leave you with where the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative sits, which is the first pillar in the investment opportunities, rightly so, as we will come to explain in the second portion of this presentation. So, why businesses would choose Saudi Arabia as an investment destination? Well, mainly for 3 things. Today, Saudi Arabia has one of the biggest privatization programs. Moving away, as described earlier, from a state-led to a private sector-led has created all sorts of opportunities to privatize those conventional business and opened up opportunities for great companies like the ones in this room to explore how can they contribute to this objective. Localization of value chain, which will be the subject of the second portion of this presentation. So the attraction of the industrial capabilities and the service capabilities into Saudi Arabia by co-investing globally with all kinds of companies is what we're trying to achieve through localization. And finally, I'm sure all of you heard, and I think Nivruti alluded to this earlier in her discussion when she talked about Al-Ula. So those mega and giga projects are being the driving engine of creating all kinds of investment opportunities. And Saudi Arabia happens to be one of the largest sources of mega projects as we speak today. Maybe Deputy Badr mentioned the reforms that we went through, in excess of 600 regulations. That shows the seriousness of the government backing up the ecosystem to create a conducive environment for investment has been reformed, all just for the sake of making Saudi Arabia one of the best destinations of choice when it comes to investment. So where do you find all of this that I've just described and more? Please visit Invest Saudi. And you can browse through the website and the application and check all kinds of different programs and projects that the government is undergoing today, and much more than what I just described now. Now moving into a very dear subject. So, supply chain disruptions and resilience. This topic became the talk of the hour since COVID-19 happened. Everyone in this room had to deal with supply chain issues, be it not having products available on the shelves, the shortages of masks and personal protective equipment, and that's when supply chain surfaced and became an important topic to look into the different challenges that the global supply chain system has been designed over the many years before something like COVID-19 happened and revealed to us the fragility that this supply chain inherently had for many years. And it was not necessarily the reason why supply chains were fragile, but they were definitely a revealing factor to us to learn that supply chains are not strong enough to uphold against these kind of force majeures and different forces that are beyond the control of the global economy. So, Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, we call it GISRI in Arabic. It means my bridge. So, the Royal Highness Crown Prince launched the program back in October 2022 with the sole objective of registering Saudi Arabia as a strong player in the global supply chain field. So, what is it about? The mandate is clear. It's to co-invest with companies, businesses, and industries to create those capabilities, the manufacturing and the services capabilities in the kingdom through FDI, foreign direct investment, where the Saudi economy can offer a strong value proposition. So utilizing and capitalizing on the kingdom's competitive advantage. So this is the mandate of the program. Next. So the presentation has 3 segments. The first one talks about the global supply chain scenes. How are global supply chains organized and what is the shift that is happening today as we see it? The second part talks about KSA's value proposition. Why do we think Saudi Arabia is a strong player in the global supply chain? And the last one specifically walk you through the methodical process that we use to develop opportunities in supply chain and to outreach them with investors. So quickly, just an illustrative figure of what supply chain is and how integrative and the intricacies that goes into supply chains. The takeaway from this is they are very closely connected globally, and any breakage in any of these links will easily send a shockwave into the system, causing disruption to happen the way we saw in COVID-19 times. So hence, all these weak points need to be fortified, and we need to create more resilience to avoid what happened before. So, everybody knows COVID-19, and during our research, when we tried to launch the program, we've registered many different sources of powers that are shaping and redesigning supply chains. So, you can see COVID-19 being just one small in one category that we call black swan events. It could have been a natural disaster, it could have been an earthquake, it could have been anything of that sort as a force majeure that causes supply chain disruptions to happen. But there are many more forces beyond these categories. There is trade barriers. So what's happening today between the great superpowers of the economy, those protectionist measures that are being applied, are keeping companies hostages in those countries, and they're looking for other alternative markets to open up in. So that's a disruptive force that is not COVID-19. If you look at geopolitical tension, the misfortune that happened between Russia and Ukraine, take titanium, for example. Russia is one of the biggest, largest producers and exporters of titanium. So when they went under sanctions, titanium was shut off from Russia, and companies like Airbus and Boeing and aviation industry started looking for alternative resources. That is a disruption force that is not COVID-19. If you look at the sustainability agenda, what do we mean by this? Is the concerted effort to move away from conventional ways of doing business and polluting sources of energy into renewable energies. That's a cause of disruption. We see electrification now overtaking internal combustion engines, and the transportation and the supply chain that is created alongside this disruption in electric batteries and ESS, electricity storage systems. All these are causes of sustainability that is being forced on businesses to do things differently. Finally, technological advancements. We've seen these spiral, in a very fast-paced way. Artificial intelligence, 3D printing, using material in different forms, 3D printing using titanium forms of material like powders to print components rather than using it in a smelter and doing it through the conventional way. All these are creating disruptions in the way we do business and opening up opportunities for a program like JISRI to attract those collaboratively with the great countries like India. So moving forward, this is a classical model. It's just telling us that it used to be historically all about cost leadership. The question was, how can my product be the lowest cost possible in order for me to be able to compete? Nowadays, we've seen clearly that adding these two additional elements to the formula, how can I be sustainable? How can my business be resilient? Will definitely cause your cost to go up. And how can I do it responsibly? It's not a luxury, it's a compliance requirement now to comply with ESG requirement, hence your costs will also go up. And we say that Saudi Arabia offers low cost, low carbon, and low risk when it comes to these three different elements. So everything I just described, all the forces that are working continuously to reshape supply chains, how they're organized and structured, is causing the shift to happen this way. So what we used to know as a central manufacturing location, manufacturing and selling to the rest of the world is now fading away, and more regionalized and localized supply chains are emerging. And that's what we're talking about in this context. So the second part of the presentation talks about KSA's value proposition. It answers a question: why do we think Saudi Arabia, in collaboration with partners like the great countries like India, can add to the resilience of global supply chain? So every company would love to be located in a country that has a strong economy, a strong infrastructure that is growing, that presents opportunities for growth, and has the input factors, which is energy, labor, and raw material. So when we look at the economy, last quarter of 2022, Saudi Arabia recorded a double-digit growth in its GDP, and it was at the time the fastest growing economy in the GDP country, in the G20 countries. And it is by far the largest economy in the Middle East. When you talk about the sustainability agenda, so Saudi Arabia announced that 50% of its energy mix will come from renewable resources by 2030. So we are already positioning ourselves where the future is dictating. If you look at the industrial infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, and the regulatory infrastructure that I described earlier, Saudi Arabia has in excess of 40 industrial cities, and those are clusters of similar factories that if you're located into them, you take the advantage of lowering your capex and opex by utilizing a pre-existing infrastructure. So that's again another strong value proposition. We've recently launched special economic zones, SEZs, as you see them in front of you. Those, by virtue of their names, offer special incentives if you're located into those zones. Exemptions from taxations, corporate cuts, and what have you, on a case-by-case basis, depending on what kind of investment and what kind of industry are you in. And finally, we'll come to see some of those input factors that are critical to any manufacturing company. This is the base economy. If you look at the input factor with respect to energy, today the commercial price of energy is 4.8 cents per kilowatt hour, and that's before incentives. That's the as is. And as you can see, Saudi Arabia ranks the lowest, and that's a very important factor when it comes to energy intensive industries. When you look at the gas price, energy from gas, it's less than half a cent US dollars per kilowatt hour. If you look at the labor, we may not be the best, but combined as a value proposition, it's a very strong value proposition to compete against. Moving on to renewable, these are actual numbers. At almost 1 cent per kilowatt hour is electricity generated by photovoltaic cells, and that's the production cost, by far the lowest globally. When we talk about input factors in terms of metals and mines, the National Industrial Strategy of Saudi Arabia has tagged $1.3 trillion of unexploited and unexplored mines. These are endowments in Saudi Arabia that yet to be explored and exploited. When we talk about phosphate and aluminum, Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest producers of phosphate and aluminum. Today, we are working in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia to move the value chain of aluminum downstream even more into aviation-grade applications. And that's an open invitation for companies of India to explore these kind of areas. When we talk about the energy, needless to say, Saudi Arabia is the highest ranking when it comes to crude oil, gas, and petrochemicals. The infrastructure, I just described this very quickly. We talked about in excess of 40 industrial cities, and as you can see them scattered across the kingdom to cover a wide area and a wide variety of different industries. The connectedness of the country. Everybody knows that 13% of the trade comes through the Red Sea. And Saudi Arabia has a long coastline on the Red Sea. That's 13% of global trade. The roads, the railroads, the seaports and the airports of Saudi Arabia are very well connected to the importation, exportation, and the movements of goods and services. That's a great value proposition to any company considering Saudi Arabia as a location of investment. And finally, we move into the last part of this program. I remind you, this is the GSRI program, the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. We talk about the methodical way that we go about identifying, shortlisting, prioritizing, and outreaching opportunities. So on the left side, these are the classical sectors that probably encompasses all the industries that you are aware of. But what sets the program aside from the conventional way is what's on the right side of the screen. These are the filters, if you want to call them, the themes by which we try to be very selective. As I described earlier, it's a disruptive program. It looks after the resilience of the global supply chains, and we try to move along those lines. So when we take the change, the climate change and sustainability theme, and if you apply it on the metal sector, for example, you get green steel, green aluminum, the different ways of doing business responsibly in compliance with ESG. If you apply the same theme to automotive, you get electrification, electric vehicles. And as you go on applying those themes to those industries, that's how we go about identifying the opportunities. Nevertheless, it's worthwhile to say that this only will give us a long list that could be beyond our capabilities. That's why we add to it the factor of competitive advantage. So out of all of these opportunities, what is it that the Saudi economy can be most powerful in? How can we position ourselves in the strongest possible way by mobilizing our competitive advantage into those areas? So combined together, we come with a short list of opportunities that we call the GSRI tagged opportunities that are addressing the resilience issues and disruption issues of global supply chains. So, in addition to the themes that we use, this is a very important slide. It talks about the ecosystem that maybe Deputy Badr mentioned earlier. One of them is the incentive system that we created. So, think about it as a menu of items. Depending on a case-by-case basis, you may want direct capex grants, you may want exemptions, you may want subsidies, subsidies to your electricity and to the input factors that you use, and all of these combined will be an incentive package from this program given to those industries and companies who are serious about the investment opportunity, underlined and underpinned by a strong infrastructure. Together, that's a very strong value proposition. Finally, in summary, this program comes in a timely manner. In an ever-increasing disruptive global supply chain, we're trying to, again, co-invest with great companies in great countries like India to add to the resilience of global supply chain. Worth to look at is the 10 billion Saudi riyals, or the $2.7 billion that the government has fast-tracked and allocated for this program. So we don't have to go scrambling around for incentives. Initially, $2.7 billion has already allocated for those promising and biggest, largest opportunities that we can qualify together. So it's an open call to all those private sector Indian companies and the industries. Reach out to us, reach out to GSRI, GSCRI, hashtag, and look into it, look at the mandate, see what it has to offer, and let's co-develop and co-invest together in this great country of India. I like what Mrs. Navruti mentioned earlier when she mentioned silica and how can that be a synergistic play between Saudi Arabia having a lot of sand and probably a lot of silica in that sand, and how the semiconductor industry is well established. So similarly, think about, how can we mutually benefit each other? We cannot be everything to everyone. So together we can offer a stronger and a better value proposition for the global supply chain resilience. Thank you very much for your time, and thanks for listening.
Welcome back again. We have cleared the stage for you to see the presentations in a very better way. Thank you, Asad Al-Jamoui, Managing Director of the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, Ministry of Investment, for a great presentation. Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a long day ahead of us, but we aim to emphasize the commitment ahead of us for both nations. We aim to strengthen our relationship, to identify the collaborations and the mutual growth between the two nations. Years of exchange between us, our past underpinned the strong relationship between India and Saudi Arabia. And we are also looking forward to building a prosperous future, inshallah, and this is why we are here today. Now I would like to welcome Asta Tyagi, Vice President, Invest India, for a presentation on the Indian growth story. Hi, you're here? This is the clicker.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it works on the screen.
Fantastic. Sorry, how do I go back? How do I go back? How do I go back? Beg your pardon for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. Can you take it to the first slide?
Yes, sir. They will take it for you first. Just one click.
Okay. A very good morning, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, senior officials from the Government of India, beg your pardon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be here today in this esteemed gathering. We are immensely grateful to have partnered with the Ministry of Investment Saudi Arabia and look forward to achieving great heights together. My name is Asta Tyagi. I'm representing Invest India, the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency under the Department of Promotion for Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. And I will hopefully take the next 15 minutes, and I will try to restrict myself within that time, to take you through the India opportunity. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the world is looking at India to drive global growth. We are the world's emerging economic powerhouse and the largest and the most stable democratic regime. The reason behind this is because the country is firing on all its engines of growth and development. I'll briefly touch upon these cornerstones in the forthcoming slides. This one will be a key highlight to the rest of the presentation. In the last 76 years, numbers of independent India have witnessed a meteoric rise. There has been a 100 times increase in GDP. Currently, India stands at a $3.75 trillion economy, and the pace of this growth is what makes it very interesting. The first trillion, ladies and gentlemen, took us more than 60 years. The second, more than 8 years. The third one, close to 5 years, and we're already on our way to chart the fourth one in lesser time. We've moved from number 10 to a number 5 in terms of size of GDP from 2015 until now. Per capita has increased almost 500 times in growth since independence, along with a 600 times growth in total exports. India reported the highest ever exports of $776 billion in FY23, which is a 14% growth since the preceding fiscal. India is the fastest growing large economy with growth rate of 7.2% for FY23, and we have the second largest working population of about 600 million people with a median age of 28 or 29 years, and that is the potential we're looking at. And that is why, esteemed gathering, India is one of the most preferred countries for foreign direct investments in the world. Since 2000 until March of this year, India received more than $900 billion in FDI. Interestingly, 65% of that came in the last 9 years. It has come from 100 countries across 72 sectors in more than 30 states and union territories of the country. And what is most remarkable is that 90% of that FDI, ladies and gentlemen, has come through the automatic route without no government intervention. Before the pandemic, India was the fastest growing large economy on the planet. After the pandemic, India continues to be the fastest growing large economy on the planet. Amrit Kal, or the Golden Period, is a 25-year roadmap and a vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India at 100. In the post-pandemic world, India has been a beacon of stability and growth. By 2047, India's nominal GDP is projected to reach $32 trillion, making India the second largest economy of the world. The per capita, as my MD mentioned, is to grow 10 times to $20,000, and that is where we see our colleagues and our partners from Saudi Arabia being able to catapult us to greater heights together. The per capita, emerging, beg your pardon, as the business destination, India's FDI and exports are projected to grow 12 times by 2047. The cornerstone of this growth will be the burgeoning middle class and India's largest and youngest working population. Coupled with the favorable economic and demographic dividends, as we have seen, the accelerated trajectory of this growth has been on the back of key business reforms which the Government of India has undertaken. The new corporate tax rate, for example, provides a concessional tax rate of 15% excluding cess for new manufacturing units that can start manufacturing by the end of fiscal 2024. The production-linked incentive scheme has an outlay of $26 billion across 14 key sectors to create national manufacturing champions in the country, to create 600 million plus jobs and an additional production of $341 billion during the next 5 years. The Semicon India mission, and I think this is going to be a game changer for our bilateral partnership, has been launched with an outlay of $10 billion. The program aims to provide financial support to companies investing in semiconductors, display manufacturing and design ecosystems. This will serve to pave the way for India's growing presence in electronics global value chains. Ease of doing business is at the core of Government of India's efforts, and all our policies are structured around that framework. India has also jumped 79 positions in rank over the last 5 years in World Bank's Ease of Doing Business report. The National Single Window System, August Gathering, is a one-stop digital platform for seamless approvals sought by the investors from the government. It acts as an interface to identify, apply, and track approvals. It also offers a GIS-enabled repository of industrial-grade land available for investors. The PM Gati Shakti, the National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity, is aimed at integrating and planning coordinated implementation of infrastructure projects and connectivity projects, thereby making local manufacturers globally competitive, boost the virtuous cycle of higher investments, growth and employment generation in the country, and enhancing the cost of living and the ease of doing business in the country. This slide is just to tie in the numbers and the sort of facts and factoids that I've been talking about. You can see that the Indian market provides favorable environment for MNCs. Indian subsidiaries of holding companies and the parents are actually have higher valuations due to strong growth, thereby attracting investors both at home and abroad. Global companies are aligning their expansion with India's growth potential, and Indian subsidiaries are achieving strong results with lower cost overheads because Indian firms have been exhibiting better growth and asset use compared to their parent companies. For example, case in point, look at Hindustan Unilever, the first line item on the table that you see. It is excelling in the PE ratio, in profit margin, in price to book ratio as compared to its parent company. The rest of them are also driving home the point that Indian subsidiaries are outperforming their global platform level companies or holding companies. This economic growth has been further catapulted to newer heights because the Government of India has laid emphasis on the development of quality infrastructure in the country. India has one of the largest railway networks of over 70,000 kilometers in the Asian continent, serving over 8 billion passengers on our railways, with a vision to serve 20 billion by 2047. Ladies and gentlemen, it essentially means we carry the world on our railways. Road network in India is being constantly developed in terms of its capacity. India ranks number 2 in road network globally and is expected to grow 2x by 2047. Indian ports have played a critical role and in our rich history, and have been realized more so in recent times with major port redevelopment projects underway. We also have 111 new waterways in the country. We're looking, currently handling more than 1,500 million metric ton per annum, and we're looking to further exponentially grow that capacity by 2047 again. That's the vision that we have. The aviation sector has witnessed a 2x growth in the number of airports in the last 9 years. We currently do about 200 million trips a year, and we're looking to increase that by 7 times by 2047, taking it to a 1.5 billion trips per annum. The access to market and enabling a global interface has been because of the Digital India program launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in 2015. We like to call this the India Stack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have over 1 billion mobile phone users, over 1 billion people with a unique identification number, and we consume more per capita data than the US and China put together, which in fact makes us #1 in global per capita data consumption. However, please note that there has been a 30 times reduction in data costs, which makes India one of the most globally competitive cost markets in terms of data. We have over 1.2 billion mobile phone users, 750 million honorable delegates on the smartphone, 850 million internet connections. However, 850 million represents nothing more than even a 30 or a 40% of our population in terms of internet connection, and that lays open the consumer tech industry, the ed tech industry in the coming years. The adoption of UPI, the United Payment Interface, has increased manifold times in the last 2 years. In 2021, 46% of the world's transactions originated in India. These were real-time transactions. At 48 billion, India accounted for the largest number of worldwide transactions in real time, 3 times that of China, which was at 18 billion, and 6.5 times greater than US, Canada, UK, France, and Germany combined. India is #1 in the fintech adoption rate at 87% and is among the world's fastest growing fintech markets, with 1 out of 5 startup unicorns from fintech. Speaking of unicorns and startups, Honorable Prime Minister launched the flagship Startup India campaign to create a country of job providers instead of job seekers. With more than 100,000 registered startups in the country, India is the 3rd largest startup ecosystem after US and China in the world. The wave of unicorns in India has soared to newer heights. We have more than 100 unicorns in the country with a total valuation of north of $330 billion. Today, 1 out of every 10 unicorn globally have been in India. India has the highest number of startups which are recognized per day. On average, 80 startups are recognized in the country. What this essentially means is that in 2021, a new unicorn was added in the country every 29 days. In 2022, a new unicorn was added in the country every 9 days. Along with startups, essentially the cornerstone of the growth that India today is witnessing is based on innovation and R&D. India ranks #1 in the Global Innovation Index in the Central and Southern Asia region. We have jumped 41 positions since 2015, owing to continuous growth in developing technology platforms, solutions such as AI, cloud, mobility, green tech, health tech, so on and so forth. India is also a growing R&D hub. The gross expenditure on research and development by the government has been increased more than 3 times in India in the last few years. India now also stands committed to reduce emission intensity of its GDP by 45% by 2030 and achieve about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy resources by 2030. India is among the 5 top best performing countries on climate change as per the Climate Change Performance Index. The government today, ladies and gentlemen, has announced its aim of achieving 500 gigawatts installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based capacity by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2070. All of this is now just ties into our narrative of what are the sectors of the economy where we're looking at collaborating with our partners from Saudi Arabia. I know my preceding colleague spoke about global value chains. Just to further that narrative and also to tie into the subsequent B2B sessions, just want to leave everyone with a few key sectoral opportunities that may be of use in the forthcoming discussions. In energy, of course, we know the market size of energy in India is $35.6 billion projected by 2028. It will be backed on investable opportunities such as the strategic intervention for green hydrogen transition program, setting up manufacturing capacities for electrolyzers, setting up green hydrogen production facilities, and manufacturing of renewable energy and power equipment zone. The chemical sector provides a lot of end-use applications. We look at the likes of specialty chemicals and organic chemicals, accessing the feedstock from Saudi Arabia, such as propane to establish propane dehydrogenation facilities. JVs may be set up to produce petrochemicals with feedstock sourced from Saudi. This is used in agrochemicals. The chemicals such as PTA, MEG are used in technical textiles. So the end-use applications and their demand is significant in the country, in both countries, in fact. The pharmaceutical opportunity is immense. Today, we're a market of about $50 billion, projected to grow to $130 billion by 2030. We look at clinical trials, R&D and innovation, infrastructure development for vaccine raw materials, generics, biosimilars, APIs. There are 3 mega bulk drug parks that are in the country. In the food security and the food processing industry, and we know that there's a huge opportunity between both the countries. The corridor is significant. We have 41 mega food parks, 350 cold chain projects. This will tie into the food security corridor that Saudi is looking to explore with India. ITBPM and the ESTM opportunity, as previously also mentioned, we're looking at capability centers, India being a hub for capability centers, India being a hub for semicon manufacturing, and collaborating with the partners from Saudi in terms of the raw materials, in terms of the capital, thereby providing the expertise and the engineering skills that we have, and marrying the two to create an ecosystem that the world can in fact use. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry if you could go back to the previous slide. We're Invest India. Without wasting any more time, we're here to enable you to do business in India and for Indian businesses to do business with the Saudis. We're a one-stop shop, Government of India agency, here to help you right from ideation all the way to execution. We provide business advisory, strategy implementation, investor aftercare, and long-term partnership of all kinds across sectors. You will meet my colleagues through the rest of the day. I thank you for the opportunity to stand here before you and talk for several minutes. Have a great day ahead.
We thank Asta Tyagi, Vice President, Invest India, for a presentation on the India growth story. Thank you so much. Next presentation will be from Majid Al-Utishan, Director General of International Collaborations at SEZ's Affairs Sector on Special Economic Zones. Please welcome Mr. Majid Al-Utishan.
Saudi Arabia lies at the crossroads of East and West, connecting 3 continents. The country is rapidly transforming, buoyed by a surging economy. On its doorstep is a superhighway of trade, creating a key international hub for logistics, manufacturing, and services. And now, with the launch of 4 new special economic zones, created with international investors in mind, it's easier than ever before to take advantage of all the kingdom has to offer. King Abdullah Economic City Special Economic Zone is the premier destination for advanced manufacturing and logistics. Set in a prime location on the Red Sea, it offers unrivaled access to global trade routes through Saudi Arabia's newest full-service commercial port. Ras Al Khair Special Economic Zone as a hub for the maritime industry, offering opportunities across shipbuilding and repair, offshore drilling, and the entirety of the maritime sector value chains. This is a fully integrated maritime ecosystem with a strong base of existing investors. Jazan Special Economic Zone on the Red Sea connects investors to a new platform for trade with the fast-growing markets in Africa. Located adjacent to one of the Middle East's largest ports for export of goods and import of manufacturing materials. Jazan also has easy access to the kingdom's natural and industrial resources. Embrace our digital future through the new Cloud Computing Special Economic Zone located at King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, a platform for emerging and disruptive technologies to flourish and for investors to capitalize on. Together, these strategically located SEZs present an unparalleled opportunity for foreign investors looking to grow stronger and more resilient supply chains, backed by world-class hard infrastructure and a young and skilled workforce, business-friendly regulations, streamlined investment procedures, and attractive economic incentives. There has never been a better time to be part of the Kingdom's economic success story. 4 new zones, 4 new global hubs, 4 game-changing opportunities. Welcome to Saudi Arabia's Special Economic Zones, unique gateways to growth.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, these are indeed exhilarating times for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of India. As we are continuing the movement ignited by our Vision 2030, which has resulted in such a self-esteemed, high-esteemed forum, these efforts have ignited us and supported us and enticed us to continue the momentum of developing the investment environment within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This effort has accumulated in the launch of 4 new economical special zones that aims to serve and to develop as well to support the implementation of our Vision 2030. As it has been shown and demonstrated by my previous colleagues, Mr. Asad Al-Jamoui from Jisri and Mrs. Asha Taghi from Invest in India, the growth opportunities that are presented today within between Saudi Arabia and the Republic of India are immense. As to the Minister Deputy, Mr. Badr Badr has demonstrated, elaborated, and showed Saudi Arabia is an investment powerhouse, demonstrated by a remarkable performance from its economical growth and GDP, as well for a very sound and sustainable fiscal policy that presented Saudi Arabia with a very sound financial and sector, as well for a distinguished financial institution operating within this sector. Saudi Arabia leverages a number of competitive advantages, varies from its strategic location, its leading financial institution sector, as well to its distinguished and unique return on investment, all the way for ambitious reforms and regulation frameworks. Saudi Arabia has provided and developed an investor-centric environment that focuses on developing a certain legislative as well as a regulatory framework for the investor that varies from releasing the taxation as well as reduction in and easing of the labor requirement, as well for a number of legislation and regulation that supports the development of the incentives that can be extremely agile to retaining and replying to market demands. With these formal and previous reforms, as well for the development of these different programs, Saudi Arabia has launched, as of late May of this year, 4 newly developed special economical zones, where we have 2 are located on the west coast, 1 in the east, and then we do have 1 which is in the middle region. By far, our largest special economical zone is King Abdullah Economical City, which is located on approximately of 60 square kilometers of real estate and backed by a government investment. Cake is the house of the first end-to-end vehicle cluster taking advantage of a growing global demand on EVs, as well with the supply chain and the value creation chain associated with the EV industry. Some of our top anchor investors within Cake are Lucid, Seer, Himma, and Seik. Our second special economical zone is Ras Al Khair, where it's a state-of-the-art maritime manufacturing base. Ras Al Khair presents an offshore, onshore shipyard as well for rig operation, maintenance, and building. Some of our most anchor tenants within Ras Al Khair are IMI, the International Maritime Industries, McDormand, McCain, and Biosteel. Our third special economical zone is Jazan, where it is based on a 24.6 square kilometers of real estate, and it focuses on metal conversion as well for food processing and logistical service. Some of the tenants who are and the anchor investors, we do have Bisto, Mashruq, as well for the Saudi coffee company. Then we do have our special economical zone dedicated for Cloud City. This comes into answering the needs and the demands of the growing market of IT within the region. Saudi Arabia plays a very important and a very big role within the sector, and we have developed the special economical zone catering specifically for the cloud services. Some of the initial tenants who will be enjoying the special economical zone of our Cloud City is Microsoft and Oracle, where they can open their offices there and practice their services anywhere within the kingdom. At the end, I would like to offer you a much more in-depth readings of the economical figures for the special economical zone. The presented QR can show you into a much more detailed and elaborated studies that shows the competitive advantage and the abilities, capabilities of each special economical zone within the kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I do thank you for giving us the time today into seeing and watching what do we have to offer at the SEZ. I am available for any follow-up discussions or interest within the special economical zone. Once again, thank you very much, and I do hope that everyone enjoys this event. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Majid Al-Atishan, Director General of International Collaborations at SEZ's Affairs Sector on Special Economic Zones. Our next presentation, please welcome Sandeep Shah, Head of IFSC Department, GIFT City, to the stage, please. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. While the presentation is getting loaded, let me kind of give you the perspective about what I'm going to present in next 15 minutes. I'm sure many of you have been reading and have been hearing about GIFT City. GIFT City basically is Gujarat International Finance Tech City, and name suggests we are basically financial and technology city. It's Government of India's very important initiative to develop India's first and modern international financial services center. So I think in next 15 minutes we are going to discuss about how do we
collaborate between the two nations in terms of the financial services and the fintech related opportunities. And I went through your document and the Vision 2030, which talks about financial sector development program. And I see a great opportunity between the two nations, between the institutions of both the jurisdictions, in terms of how do we collaborate in the financial services and the IT services, and mainly into the fintech areas. Gift City, for the benefits of all the members, it is located in the state of Gujarat, closer to the Ahmedabad International Airport. It's only 20 kilometers drive from the airport. The good part of the city is it's greenfield project. So I think, India created the entire greenfield smart city at Gujarat. And, I was very happy to see the presentation on the special economic zones in Saudi Arabia. The similar special economic zone dedicated for financial services have been established at Gift City, and that has been designated, the special economic zone at Gift City has been designated as International Financial Services Center. I think the venue is going through some power issues, but I'm sure I'm audible enough and I'll be able to cover the aspects that I'm going to present, and then we'll move to the slides as well, where I'll discuss three important aspects today in the entire presentation. The first part will cover about Gift City, and that's where we are going to discuss about the smart city opportunity between both the nations, and how do we collaborate together in terms of creating the smart infrastructure for the modern cities. The second part in the presentation, I'll cover more on the International Financial Services Center, IFSC. How Government of India has thought of creating the India's maiden International Financial Services Center. And that's where we are seeing huge opportunities in the financial and IT services sector. Good, I think now the presentation is on the screen. I'll just play a small video where Honorable Prime Minister highlighted the vision of creating the International Financial Services Center in India. So basically the idea of creating the financial center was to create inbound and outbound gateway for the country. If global companies are looking to enter India, how do we provide efficient platform so that they can access the market easily? And if Indian companies looking to invest overseas, say looking to invest Saudi Arabia, how do we provide a bridge between India and overseas so that they can invest efficiently in the global markets as well? And that's where Gift City is going to play a very important role to create bridge between India and international markets so that financial services and IT companies can invest easily, efficiently in both the jurisdictions. As I mentioned, we are a greenfield smart city with a status of International Financial Services Center, and it's basically located, as I mentioned, on close to 1,000 acres of land, and the city is now being expanded as well. So we are going to expand 2 times from the current status, and it will be developed close to more than 3,000 acres of land. The important aspect of the city is it's a vertical city. So entire development of the city is on the vertical part, and it's an integrated city development project. So idea is not to create only central business district, but idea is to also create commercial, residential and social facilities all at one place. What our aim is to provide walk to work concept. So people walking in the city can actually stay within the city. That's the idea, and that's where we are expecting huge social infrastructure investment as well in the city, and many of which is already coming up. In terms of the location, as you can see on the screen, it's between Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. Ahmedabad is the commercial capital of the state, Gujarat, and it's located closer to the Sabarmati river, and that's where the financial center of India is coming up. This is the master plan of the city. I think as you can rightly see, the entire city is divided into 2 parts. So we have a domestic zone which is as good as any other location in the country,
And the middle part of the city, which is a red boundary, that's special economic zone, and that's where we are going to discuss more in detail in terms of how International Financial Center is coming up in India and how it is collaborating with the other financial centers globally so that the financial and IT companies can access the markets of each other's jurisdictions. I think the important aspect of the city, we are also, GIFT City has also been designated as the Urban Development Authority. So it's a complete single window approval mechanism where the GIFT City provides the approvals for the developers to come and set up their operations here. We have a power distribution license for the city. So entire from environment clearance to height clearance to the building approvals to the fire approval is provided by a single authority located at GIFT City. And it's a completely online mechanism where the developers can access to the process efficiently. I think I'd like to focus on couple of, and these are the 4 unique infrastructure facilities that city has created, and this is very unique. I think at the city level, this is something which has been created, first time in the country level. And I'll not go more into the details, but I would like to highlight very important infrastructure that we have created is the underground utility tunnel. So entire city, all the utilities are below the ground, which means there will not be any land digging for any maintenance activity. Even a vehicle can go inside and do the maintenance. That's how the, the infrastructure has been created. And some of the other facilities like centralized cooling plant, we have automated waste collection plant for the city. I'm highlighting this because I understand there are many companies in Saudi Arabia who may like to expand into the infrastructure facilities, and that's where when we are expanding our cities, this can be one of the opportunities for infrastructure companies to come and expand their infrastructure facilities in the city. We have a city level command control center, so entire city is controlled and monitored from one location, and that has been created today in the city. As I mentioned, we are vertical city, which means close to more than 24 million square feet of development rights, which is like the real estate development, have already been allocated. And that's where many of these is under construction, under development right now. I'll also discuss about the opportunities for some of the real estate companies in Saudi Arabia where they can be a part of this ecosystem, and that's where the city is now coming up. This is the actual photograph of the city today of GIFT City. Let me now come to the another important aspect of the city is the International Financial Services Center. As I mentioned, IFSC today in India, this is the only center which has been designated as the International Financial Services Center, which means when they are setting up their unit in the zone, they are recognized as non-resident. So you are as good as in the foreign territory when you operate in the financial center, and that's the beauty of the center where there are no restrictions in terms of dealing in foreign currency. So say a Saudi Arabian company, financial company setting up their unit in IFSC, it will enjoy the freedom of dealing in any foreign currency. And it has been also given certain incentives under the income tax, under the indirect tax, so that they can operate efficiently at par with some of the other global financial centers. The idea is to provide, as I mentioned, inbound and outbound gateway. So overseas companies looking to enter India, this is the platform where they can establish their presence. And another important aspect of the financial center, Government of India has created unified regulator called IFSC Authority, which is headquartered at GIFT City. So for whether you are looking for a banking operation or an insurance operation or capital market operations, the single authority headquartered in GIFT City will provide all the licenses for units to operate in the location, and that's the advantage for financial companies to operate. Now the question is, what kind of activities that you can do, or the activities that you can establish in the financial center, and that's where, while the banking, insurance and capital market plain vanilla business, all of you, many of the companies are into, but if you look at the last part which talks about the emerging activities, and that's where I see a lot of opportunities between India and Saudi Arabia, and we can collaborate in some of the areas. Some of the new activities which we have enabled in the zone includes the International Bullion Exchange. So we have established India's first spot bullion exchange where the buyers in India can buy gold through the spot exchange. Suppliers can be overseas, so you can supply gold through the bullion exchange, which is very transparent and efficient mechanism. We have also enabled aircraft leasing and ship leasing activities as well. As you know that, only 2 airlines in India have ordered more than 1,000 aircrafts. Now, the leasing and financing can be, major opportunities for the financing companies and the leasing companies to be a part of this ecosystem. And the fintech again is an area where we can work together to, establish innovative ideas for the fintech and the financial services solutions. If you look at the current ecosystem of the zone, I think more than 25 banks have already established their presence. Some of the banks like Standard Chartered, HSBC, Deutsche Bank, Barclays, these foreign banks have their presence, offshore banking unit in GIFT. More than 2 international stock exchanges are operating, and I heard Saudi Stock Exchange is one of the top 10 largest exchanges in India, in the world, and that's where I think the exchanges in GIFT City can work together with the Saudi Stock Exchange to bring out the innovative products and services. There are 20 plus insurance and reinsurance companies already present. One of the important aspects I will also want to highlight today, and this is again a very unique and new initiative by Government of India, where for the first time, foreign universities have been permitted to set up their 100% branch campus. Today, somehow in India, the current regulations may not permit 100% branch campus, but Government of India has taken now an initiative where you can set up a campus, you can provide the foreign degree, you can offer the same programs, curriculum, sitting in the international zone, and you can charge the students in foreign currency. So Indian students can pay in foreign currency when you set up your campus in the international zone. So that's where some of the foreign universities overseas can look at setting up the branch campus in the financial center. We have got more than 20 aircraft leasing companies, and recently Air India and the Indigo, they have also announced their presence to be a part of the ecosystem to set up their aircraft leasing companies. Another important segment in the zone is the alternative investment funds. I think the funds today, even if their objective is to invest in India, they structure their fund basically in the other centers. I think that's where now opportunities where, say, alternative investment fund or even a sovereign fund of Saudi Arabia can actually set up their fund in GIFT City, and they can invest into India under the foreign direct investment route or the foreign portfolio investment route. So that's where more than 70 funds have set up today, and they are part of the ecosystem. Abu Dhabi Investment Authority has, as you know, they have announced setting up their sovereign fund in GIFT City as well. Some numbers in terms of the businesses which are happening, I think the open position on one of the popular Nifty product, which is traded on the stock exchange, has more than $12 billion of open position. More than $17 billion has been committed by the alternative investment funds. And these investors have committed to invest through GIFT City in India, basically under the foreign direct investment route or the foreign portfolio investment route. More than $41 billion of banking asset size has already been created. So as I mentioned, there are 25 banks, and these banks have created assets of more than $41 billion, and it's growing very fast. So I think these are some of the numbers which are very interesting, and the ecosystem is still growing. I think it's a great opportunity where the financial institutions from Saudi Arabia can also be look at being part of this ecosystem. I think now I come to the last section of the presentation, and which is, again, I'll talk about the opportunities for the Saudi Arabia in GIFT City, and I've divided these into 2 parts. The first part covers more on the real estate side, where you can actually create commercial or residential or social facilities in terms of the real estate development in GIFT City. And as I mentioned, it's a single window mechanism. The land is, we don't charge for the land. What we charge is the FSI, floor space index, where you can create a 1 million or a 2 million square feet of space. All the approvals will be provided by GIFT as authority itself, and you can think of creating such large. It can be 5-star hotel, it can be commercial buildings, it can be residential complexes. So that's where the city offers an opportunity. The second part is, and as I understand, both the nations are working very closely in terms of developing smart infrastructure. And I think that's where we can think of creating center of excellence for the smart city infrastructure, that we can share the ideas, knowledge, and the experience of creating the smart infrastructure of both the nations. And the third, and again, I think it's very recent, where we're also planning to come out with a kind of expression of interest where we plan to develop very large globally benchmark entertainment zone. And that's where, you know, some of the companies in Saudi Arabia can think of investing into these kind of facilities. The next and the last slide of the presentation is basically about opportunities in the financial services and the fintech. And this is very interesting because, you know, I read the discussions of the presentation by by our colleagues basically and the friends from the Saudi Arabia. And that's where I think the banks in Saudi Arabia, because they can set up offshore banking unit to lend to the Indian corporates. And that's where some of the commercial banks can think of, and this will be like an offshore banking unit. And the regulator in GIFT City will provide the license. The beauty of these regulations are you don't need to bring capital here. So generally there is a requirement of a $20 million capital, but it can be maintained at the parent level, and that's where you can offer foreign currency loans to the Indian corporates as a bank, and there are multiple other activities in terms of trade finance that you can do it from GIFT City. The second opportunity which I feel can be of very interest is about setting up of a finance company in the areas of aircraft leasing and ship leasing. As I mentioned, we have enabled aircraft leasing and ship financing verticals in GIFT City. If you are into the financing, you can actually create a finance company in GIFT City and provide financing to the aircraft being leased from the GIFT City. And that's where I think some of the opportunities lie for some of, in these areas. The third, as I mentioned, the alternative investment fund. And public investment fund can actually now think of creating a structure in GIFT where you raise money from the international investors and invest back in India. And it can happen vice versa as well, where you set up a fund, raise money from the Indian investors and invest overseas. So it's basically both inbound and outbound, and that's where many of the fund managers can look at this opportunity. The fourth one, and again related to stock exchange, where India, one of the exchange, NSE in India, it has already tied up with Singapore Stock Exchange for the product called Nifty. Probably the stock exchange in Saudi Arabia and GIFT City can also think of creating dual products regime where the listing of products, securities can happen on both the exchanges. And we can think of creating a bridge between the investors in Saudi Arabia and the investors in India in terms of how do they access the markets of both the nations. And the last one, I think I have seen you have been focusing on this fintech as one of the important sectors, and that's where we feel that we can create a center of excellence for the fintech, where we can come out with the innovative ideas and we can provide kind of a sandbox regime to the innovations in the fintech areas, both for Indian companies as well as for the Saudi Arabia companies. And we can work on basically creating the platform to study, to evaluate the emerging technologies in the fintech space. So I think that's where I'll end my presentation, but we'll be happy to discuss more in detail about the specific sectors, because there are more than 20 odd activities which have been permitted in the zone. And as I mentioned, this is as good as operating in a foreign territory and with a closer and very easy access to the Indian market. So thank you very much. I am delighted to be here and look forward to interacting with you during the day as well. Thank you.
We thank Mr. Sandeep Shah, and I would like to welcome right now Director General Commercial Advisory NCP, Mr. Hisham Ad-Dabagh, for a presentation on the opportunities with PPP. Thank you.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Hisham Al-Dabbagh. I'm the Director General, Commercial Advisory in the National Center for Privatization and PPP. Today, I'm pleased to present to you and give you an overview of the privatization ecosystem and the opportunities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I will begin with a quick overview of the history of privatization and PPP in Saudi Arabia before telling you a bit more about ourselves, the National Center for Privatization and PPP. And then we'll move on to our pipeline of projects that has been years in the making. Privatization and public-private partnerships has been deeply rooted in the kingdom's DNA since the 1980s with the privatization of SABIC. That was followed by a series of IBOs over the next 2 decades in banking, telecommunications, and mining. During the same time, we saw the first PPP projects in the Saudi water sector. This success triggered other sectors to adopt PPPs, such as the transportation sector, with the development of the Prince Mohammed Airport PPP in Medina. The success realized from these projects resulted in drastic change in how the Saudi government procures projects. PPPs have become the new normal for procuring relevant infrastructure and services. So subsequent to the launch of Vision 2030 in 2016, NCB was established to become a center of excellence and expertise in privatization and public-private partnerships. In a nutshell, we are here to enable future generations in Saudi by delivering to them world-class infrastructure and services through PPP and privatizations. We do this by being a centralized center of excellence responsible for the enablement and success of the PSP program through supporting in regulatory reform, building appropriate framework and governance, supporting the development of sectorial and national PSP strategies, providing commercial and legal infrastructure, providing commercial and legal transaction advisory, actively leading knowledge development across sectors, and of course, making and promoting opportunities to both domestic and international partners to ensure we partner with the very best in the world to achieve our objectives. We currently support 16 sectors represented by government ministries and authorities. These range from social sectors such as healthcare, education, and sport, to the major economic infrastructure sectors such as utilities and transportation. Every targeted sector has its own governance, led by a supervisory committee that is chaired by the line minister and includes the Minister of Finance. These are supported by working teams that include the sector NCB and project advisors. Highlighting the strong government committed towards PSP, NCB board consists of 11 cabinet ministers, a mini council of ministers, if you like, shared by the Minister of Finance and with membership from key ministers in targeted sectors in addition to key stakeholders. The solid legal framework was a cornerstone of where we are today. Speaking of the PSP law, this really has been a game changer for us. Before the regulatory framework developed by NCB, it took over 3 years in certain cases to get to commercial close. Now, we have demonstrated that this can be done within 14 months for standard projects. Most notably, however, is what the PSP law means to investors at large and international investors in particular. The laws and regulations are based on global best practice and the kingdom's own experience executing transactions since the turn of the century. They emphasize transparency, fairness, a higher degree of regulatory flexibility, and the elimination of any structural conflict of interest. These progressive legal tools and streamlined governance put a foundation for a clear map to a successful procurement process. This process can be split into 4 phases, from sector prioritization, project preparation, project procurement, to performance and contract management. It's worth spending a couple of minutes detailing the sector, prioritization methodology and governance, as this background will help put into context the significance of our pipeline, which we will get in a few slides. Each sector that is targeted of which we have 16 today is mandated to develop a private sector participation plan, which covers not only the operations and services that could be better delivered through the private sector, but also looks at scanning the CapEx portfolio of the ministry over the next 5 years to identify projects that would be better procured through PSP. This CapEx portfolio is developed independently, of course, for each sector, and is vetted at the central government level. What we end up with is a prioritized list of projects by sector, which then needs to be approved for the project's need assessment at the project level before getting approvals by the sector supervisory committee to start developing a detailed business case. While we haven't reinvented the wheel when it comes to project preparation, procurement, and monitoring, I would like to highlight that we have built on the implementing regulations to further detail SLAs and responsibility matrices with all government stakeholders to ensure a clear and efficient approval process throughout. I would further like to mention that we do engage with the private sector for market soundings while developing the business case to ensure what comes to the procurement stage is bankable and executable by the private sector. This has culminated in some success over the past years. Just to highlight a few notable projects: water and agriculture, where we have closed 7 desalination plants with a total of 3.8 million cubic meters per day, 6 water plants targeting 1.7 million cubic meters per day, and 4 floor milling companies that were privatized with about 13 branches in the kingdom. Transport and logistics, so two marine ports contracts with a total of close to 20 million containers worth of capacity, and the Riyadh dry port at about 1.5 million containers, in addition to the privatization of a medical services subsidiary of Saudi Arabian Airlines. In the health sector, we have the dialysis center, which covers 7,000 beneficiaries, Al Ansar Hospital, a 245-bed emergency hospital in Al Madinah Al Munawwara, and radiology services across 7 hospitals covering 1.2 million patients annually. In education, we have 2 waves of school projects in Mecca and Medina regions with a total of 120 schools developed by the private sector. In municipality and housing, we have procured a 70K square meters waterfront development in Al Khobar through a joint development agreement. And finally, the recently closed intercity buses project that will connect over 200 cities across the kingdom with an estimated 6 million annual passengers. The 200 plus approved projects and 300 plus future opportunities combined for an estimated capex in excess of 100 billion euros. Of these projects, there are over 100 projects that haven't been launched yet. And of those, roughly 50 are expected to be launched this year. To touch on some statistics, we have about 4 million cubic meters of desalination capacity coming online, 4,500 kilometers of roads, 4,000 hospital beds, and over 15,000 housing units. I won't bother you with details of the 200 projects, and in state, I have the pleasure to meet you in a side discussion after the session to give you more details about the 200 projects. That sounds interesting. And of course, This is a truly unique time, partner, and investment with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia because of several factors. The long history of private sector participation has allowed us to build on our past experiences and apply lessons learned towards improving how we do things. The commitment from the Kingdom's leadership towards not just the PSP program, but the private investment landscape as a whole. The robust legal and regulatory framework, one of the first and most important steps taken by NCB, which was built around safeguarding investor rights. The expensive pipeline across 16 sectors with 200 projects in the project development stage or beyond, and a further 300 plus waiting in the wings. This all comes together in an ambitious national privatization strategy, which translates to around 47 billion euro in contributions to GDP by 2030. All within a stable G20 country with sustained economic growth and excellent credit ratings. Finally, a word to give credit to massive studies made by the private sector in the Kingdom, from contractors to developers, to our sophisticated local banks, all of whom are eager to couple their local development capabilities and ambitions with your experience and expertise. Last thing, to help you navigate through this exciting opportunity in the Kingdom, we have developed a dynamic investor portal, which has, of course, our published pipeline that is updated regularly, the PSP law and regulations, public announcements related to transactions, and even a knowledge center where you can ensure PSP education videos or read publications related to specific topics within our field. Once registered on the portal, you can request meetings to discuss upcoming projects, receive invitations to market soundings, and EOIs, RFQs, and participate in workshops. We will make it easy and register you automatically if you give us your business card today or by visiting our website highlighted on the screen. Do let us know if there are more colleagues you wish to register. There is no limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hisham. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues, now I would like to invite you all, as we are running a number of breakout sessions. So for ICT and entrepreneurship, please go to Mumtaz Hall. For chemicals and fertilizers, please go to Jahanara. For energy and sustainability, please go to Sheesh Mahal. For advanced manufacturing, please go to Roshanara Hall. And finally, for food security, please go to Alamgir Hall. These sessions will run for 1 hour and a half, and we will be back for our ministerial panel and concluding session. I will hear it from both ministers, and we will give them feedback of what's happening today. Please be back here before 3 p.m. and please tell your colleagues as well to reserve their seats before 3 p.m. in this venue. Thank you so much. 1 hour and a half with the breakout sessions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, people who are in this venue, I would like to announce the breakout sessions and the sectors with all the halls available for each sector. For ICT and entrepreneurship, please head to Mumtaz Hall. For chemicals and fertilizers, please head to Jahanara. For energy and sustainability, please go to Sheesh Mahal. For advanced manufacturing, please go to Roshanara Hall. And finally, for food security, please go to Alamgir Hall. Thank you. I will re-announce it again. For ICT and entrepreneurship, you can head to Mumtaz Hall. For chemicals and fertilizers, please go to Jahanara. For energy and sustainability, please head to Sheesh Mahal. For advanced manufacturing, please go to Roshanara Hall. And finally, for food security, please go to Alamgir Hall. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to close the room for preparation. Would you please leave the room, if you don't mind, and you can join the sessions. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, I would like everyone to exit the venue, please, for preparation for our next sessions. Please exit the venue. Thank you. Again, I would like for everyone to exit the venue, please. We will be starting our preparation for our next sessions. You can head to Mumtaz Hall for ICT and entrepreneurship breakout session, Jahanara for chemicals and fertilizers, Sheesh Mahal for energy and sustainability, Roshanara Hall for advanced manufacturing, and Alamgir Hall for food security. Please go ahead and head to the breakout sessions. We would like everyone to exit the venue, please. Dear Ammar, please exit. I'm just joking.
زينة.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our event will commence shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please head to the venue and take your seats. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I'm about to start. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. We have a significant announcement to bring to this forum. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone back. Before we welcome His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih and His Excellency Shri Piyush Goyal, please take a look at the screen for a short video on the creation of the India Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Startup Innovation Bridge. And we had a great evening last night, ladies and gentlemen, during our reception for this forum. Before we begin with the high-level remarks, please allow me to show you a video overviewing yesterday's evening.
The Republic of India and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Two nations that enjoy a strong and long-lasting relationship based on a foundation of cooperation and understanding. One that has paved the way for an exceptional partnership, propelling economic growth and fostering cultural exchange, India's diverse industry capabilities, and Saudi's Vision 2030. Driving rapid transformation across sectors has sparked growth in the technology, chemical, and energy industries, increasing two-way trade by $31 billion last year. Investments in construction, manufacturing, and hospitality have blossomed, with some 3,000 Indian companies having invested in the kingdom, while Saudi companies have invested over $3.1 billion into key Indian industries such as agriculture technology and renewable energy as we move forward. The synergy between India and Saudi Arabia presents a wealth of investment opportunities today. In our 76th year of relations, we come together to drive the next wave of global trade and investment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih, Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia, and His Excellency Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India. Assalamu alaikum. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you to the Ministerial Panel session of our Investment Forum. In this forum, we aim to emphasize the commitment ahead of us for both great nations, strengthen our relationship, and identify our collaborations and mutual growth, respecting our years of exchange and economic partnership, a history that binds us together. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Saad Al-Khalb, CEO of Saudi Exim Bank, for the closing remarks of this investment forum.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's always great to be back in India. I always enjoy my time here. Thank you. I believe from yesterday's dinner and today's presentations, it shows great commitment from both parties, in private sector and public sector, to build and increase the trade ties between India and Saudi Arabia. India, with its vast major market and dynamic growth, has always been an important partner for Saudi Arabia. As a global economy further aligned across pressing issues and opportunities, collaboration like ours become even more crucial, anchoring our shared values, visions, and aspirations. Today marks yet another chapter in the economy and trade ties between Saudi Arabia and India. As a CEO of Saudi Exim Bank, I am both honored and excited to be part of this occasion where we come together to explore ways and opportunity to further strengthen such ties. To this end, I'm happy to announce that today I have signed a memorandum of understanding with Indian Exim. This MOU is not just a document. It is rather a testimony to our mutual aspirations and commitment to the private sectors in our countries. It signifies our mutual commitment and strengthening our ties, promoting bilateral trade and ensuring continuous economic growth of our economies. Let this MOU serve as a foundation to elevate our fruitful collaboration to the new dimension, furthering enabling the private sectors in our economies. In closing, I look forward to seeing a tangible result of our joint efforts, and I am confident that our partnership in all aspects will reach new heights in the very near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency Saad Al-Khalb. I would like to welcome Mr. Shalish Patak, Secretary General, FICCI, for the opening remarks.
Thank you, His Royal Highness, Excellencies, friends. I was there at the dinner last evening, and I heard the Honorable Minister talking about the warm ties between our two countries. And I learned something new last evening, Excellency, that the words for spices in Arabic is Bharat. And that is the old and ancient connection between the two countries, Saudi Arabia and India. Here we are, India, that is Bharat, and we are already known as Bharat in Saudi Arabia. So thank you. As all of you know, we've had a very successful G20. And we had a very successful G20 in 2020 in Saudi Arabia. That was very well done, almost all virtually because of the COVID pandemic. So a round of applause for both G20 2023 and G20 2020. We in India are very proud of the special respect shown to Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia by our Prime Minister. We have seen that happening in the last 2 or 3 days, and we are very proud to welcome the entire Saudi delegation. The two things I wanted to leave you with. This morning we had some excellent presentations by the Saudi side. And in the last 6.5 years, as per Vision 2030, the economic outlook of Saudi Arabia has seen 600 reforms. And this has really changed the character of development in the country. Over the last 9 years in India, we have seen so many reforms under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, and that has made India into one of the largest economies in the world. I hope that today's deliberations between Saudi businessmen and Indian businessmen will lead to deals in the next 6 months. Governments on both sides are creating the highway. It is up to the private sector to take advantage. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shalish Patak. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Subrakant Panda, President of FICCI, to come up on stage for his remarks.
His Royal Highness, Excellencies, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Excellency Khalid Al-Fali, Ministry of Investment, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, business leaders from both sides, dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'd like to welcome all of you to today's event, and a warm welcome in particular to both the Honorable Ministers. Indeed, their presence adds much significance and immense value to today's proceedings and deliberations. And of course, we are delighted to see exceptional minds and influential stakeholders who are gathered here today, reflective of the strong interest that there exists in this bilateral relationship and the business connotations thereof. I'd like to talk a little bit about India's dramatic transformation, as you just heard. We are, of course, the world's fastest growing large economy, clocking in at around $3.5 trillion and slated to be the world's third largest economy by 2027. And this is a result of a trifecta of a large domestic market, favorable demographics as the rest of the world ages, and sustained reforms under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi, who has called for India to be a developed nation by 2047, which is 100 years of independence. Now, this calls for rapid economic growth. In fact, very soon we will start adding about $1 trillion to our economy every 2 years or so. And what that means is that there is tremendous opportunity for investors, both domestic and foreign alike. Saudi Arabia, too, is making rapid strides at $2.3 trillion. It is the largest economy in the Middle East and the Arab world, and of course, the second largest oil reserves in the world and the leading exporter. But the Saudi Vision 2030, conceived by His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, which was launched in 2016 to reduce the dependence on oil and transform the nation, I think is bearing tremendous fruit in this regard. So you've seen unprecedented reforms in the public sector, the economy and society as a whole, which is intended to empower citizens and businesses, diversify the economy and create innovative growth opportunities. In fact, if I were to touch upon, there are many aspects, but I'd like to briefly touch upon two aspects. One is the National Investment Strategy, which is meant to increase private sector contribution to 65% of GDP and non-oil exports to 50%. And of course, FinTech Saudi to promote Saudi Arabia as a leading FinTech hub. There are many other measures, but I just wanted to highlight two which really stood out. If I were to talk about India-Saudi Arabia relationship, this is a strategic partnership rooted in history, driving cooperation in energy, infrastructure, technology, and a shared outlook has given momentum to the bilateral relationship. The trade comprises diverse sectors such as technology, construction, telecom, etc., and it has jumped to a new high of about $52 billion in 2023, which is 23% higher than the previous year, but nearly double as compared to 5 years ago. Saudi Arabia is India's fourth largest trading partner and the 17th largest investor, with FDI exceeding $3 billion in FY22. But I believe this is a fraction of the potential of the trade and investment between both nations. And I think that is, as I said earlier, reflected in all of you who are gathered here today and had similar meetings yesterday as well. To end, I'd like to talk about areas of cooperation. There is, of course, energy security and defense ties and cultural exchanges, but I believe there are many other areas where we can achieve significant progress by working together. One, not least, is green hydrogen, where there are investment opportunities, sharing of technology and joint R&D, and of course FinTech, where India has made rapid strides, with UPI being the standout in this regard, but of course there is much more to the digital revolution in India. And finally, I'd like to touch upon a very important development, which is the announcement yesterday at during the G20 of the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, where Saudi is also playing a leading role. This is expected to stimulate growth through enhanced connectivity and economic integration, not just a railway link, but cables for electricity and digital connectivity, along with pipelines for clean hydrogen. So lots of opportunities which will arise out of this development. And of course, it is meant to increase efficiencies, reduce costs, generate jobs, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. So there is not just the shared culture, there is not just the shared history, but I think the two nations, driven by warm relationships right at the top, are cooperating extremely strongly and deeply. And I believe that much will come out of this meaningful relationship in the years to come. But it is incumbent upon all of us to give it that edge in terms of looking to how we can work together to boost each other's economies and benefit our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the President of FICCI for his remarks, Mr. Subrakant Panda. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues, we would like to please welcome His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih, Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia, and His Excellency Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, for a ministerial talk. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all the distinguished participants of this very important engagement and I'd like to warmly welcome His Excellency and my good friend Khalid Bhai for agreeing to grace this occasion, for engaging in a conversation and helping us decode and demystify this beautiful relationship between Saudi Arabia and India. Khalid and I have been friends, and we've gone over the hump in terms of formalities. And we thought that instead of, at the suggestion of some of the participants here, we thought instead of a regular speech, we'll engage in a conversation that will help us truly articulate from the heart our feelings about this beautiful partnership, this brotherhood. And for all of us in India, it's a matter of great delight that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has led one of the largest delegations from Saudi Arabia to India. We've had the Strategic Partnership Council meeting where both the leaders, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister of Bharat, have held extensive bilateral discussions, and which has just concluded an hour ago. And for both of us, it is a matter of pride and happiness that such a wonderful galaxy of business leaders have taken it upon themselves to take this engagement forward. A very, very warm welcome to you, Khalid Bhai, and to all of our friends from Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Piyush, let me join you, first of all, in greeting and welcoming our colleagues and dear friends from the business community, as well as representatives from our two governments for this engagement that has been ongoing for, as time immortal, thousands of years, but certainly in our recent time there has been an accelerated engagement between our two countries, both at the government level and the private sector level. And once again, as you mentioned, it is climaxing with the summit and state visit by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to your great country, India, Bharat, as we're starting to call it, which we, of course, have always known it as such, and it is part of your constitution. But before going too far in the business matters of the day, I think it's incumbent on me as a friend and very much family with you and every Indian to extend a number of congratulations. And I have to control myself because this could be a long list of things to congratulate you on. But I think today, where the whole world is focused on one of the most successful G20 summits, truly. I don't say it to make you feel good. As part of your family, I can tell you that we are really proud. Never did we achieve consensus and adopt a declaration on day one of the summit. Usually, day two, sometimes there is no declaration, and the host country issues its own statement. And it was not an easy declaration. We know the world is facing a lot of challenges of all types, but the leadership of India, not just by the Prime Minister, which of course is the ultimate leadership, but throughout, including yourself, who have led and hosted the Commerce and Investment Ministerial session so ably. The other thing I want to congratulate both of us on is that Saudi Arabia and India are the leading G20 countries in the recent past, since COVID, in terms of our economic performance. Both countries grew at the fastest rate last year and continue to do extremely well while everybody else is worried about a recession. The question is India and Saudi Arabia overheating? And do we have the capacity to continue to grow at this fast pace, which I am confident of? I am sure, and anybody who looks at the trajectory of all of the macro trends as mentioned by His Excellency the President of FICCI, the stars are aligned for India and Saudi Arabia to continue the pace of development, and it's fueled really by all the right factors as we will mention today. So for my friends and colleagues from Saudi Arabia, you may be impressed by what has already happened in India, but I think this is only the beginning. The beginning. This is a trend that's only going to accelerate. And for those who are waiting for the right moment, every day you delay, you are losing an opportunity because India is just going to continue to grow and grow and grow, and it's not a matter of whether India will be number 3 in 2027. It is in the next decade, where is India going to be? And I can tell you it's going to be in a very lofty place, not only in terms of the macro number of GDP, but all other factors in terms of productivity, technology, innovation, balance of payment, strong fiscal, trade, and other indicators. So we're very proud to be partners and hopefully seen here as contributors to this great success. I mentioned last night that in Saudi Arabia we're also proud and indeed celebrated when you landed your lunar mission on the South Pole, the first country ever to achieve that. You know, and I mentioned that, you know, for India, the sky is the limit, is both figurative and literal, because you're really reaching high into the skies, and my colleague, the Minister of Telecommunication and Space, is very much eyeing India as the key partner as we initiate our own very ambitious space program. But we're also impressed with the reforms that have been taking place. And I should congratulate all of you in the government. Bureaucracy is a difficult thing to wrestle with. I can tell you from my own experience, every government has its share, and we should not be ashamed of admitting that each country has its own bureaucratic twists that we have to fix. And India being a country of 1 billion plus citizens with its own democratic system, state system, as well as federal, and the division of powers, and inheriting a lot of bureaucracy from the British, who we always remind them that they innovated bureaucracy and invented it for the rest of us. I think you've been doing an amazing job of a journey that I'm sure is going to continue under the able leadership of the Prime Minister and a great government that you're a member of. So this is really the setting today. I think this is past an inflection point for India, underpinned by many success factors, which I hope this conversation will lead us into. But I will also wait for your response and maybe questions before I tell you why Saudi Arabia has taken off and offers our Indian friends and colleagues from the private sectors great opportunities to accelerate and expand the successes that are being made here in India.
Thank you, Khalid. In fact, at the Strategic Partnership Council meeting this morning, a number of areas were identified. And when we were hearing about the breakout sessions and the various subjects that were discussed in this meeting, this conference here, I see that there is synergy in thinking, even amongst our business persons, from what we in government are thinking. So there was talk about expanding the startup bridge between the two countries amongst our leaders. I heard that's been one of the subjects of discussion through the two-day conference that we've had here. I believe food security, or our partnership in minerals, our partnership in education, our partnership in tourism, a potential that we have in the film industry, in culture, taking forward the Bollywood story between the two countries. So many areas that we can collaborate in. In fact, both of us are the two fastest growing economies in the world today. We've both got almost a similar ranking in the World Bank in terms of ease of doing business. Saudi Arabia's, and it has been discontinued after 2020, but the last rank that Saudi Arabia had was 62, India was 63. So we are jostling for the ranking. In a way, we are so much aligned with each other, we have so much synergy. What do you think it'll take to cross the hump and significantly bump up investments on both sides? Because with investment, I think trade will follow. And as our two leaders in 2019 had decided, when they launched the Strategic Partnership Council, that we should be looking at least $100 billion investment coming in, and India being relatively looking for larger pools of capital, is a great investment opportunity. So what do we do to take this to the next level?
Well, I think we've already started on that journey. Of course, a lot has happened since those targets, and I don't want to call them ambitions or aspirations. They're really targets that were based on specific projects that had estimates to underpin that 100 billion target. I think a lot has happened. Of course, COVID, supply chain, the acceleration of energy transition has all, in a way, reprioritized where capital is going globally. There's been a lot of nationalism around the world where companies are introducing industrial policy and pulling their multinational companies to reshore some of the investments in their own countries. So we cannot do in this decade and in the next decade what we did in decades past, where we waited for the multinational companies from the Northern Hemisphere to come and invest in our countries. I think we have to think of a new model. And our leaders know this. They are taking the bull by the horn. We are blessed by many things, Piyush, in Saudi Arabia and India. And I think one of the most important blessings we have is two of the world's most energetic, effective, visionary leaders. Prince Mohammed bin Salman, our Crown Prince, and Prime Minister Modi of India. And when they talk, you could see 10 steps ahead. So when the Prime Minister was very supportive of the Crown Prince effort to join the BRICS. Okay, it's not a talking club. It's not just joining the BRICS for the sake of joining BRICS. It's because we realize that going forward, the center of gravity of the global economy has already moved to the global south, and I think we are a key anchor of the global south. I think we realize that we have companies today in nations like India and Saudi Arabia that are global champions. They're no longer national champions, importing technology, know-how, and licensing brands in. We're proud of what our Saudi companies represented here in this audience are doing internationally, and we're just as amazed and proud of Indian companies that today are leading globally. And I think we're also going to be fueled not just by our energy and capital, which will continue to drive us forward, but I think the most important driver going forward is going to be our talent, our human resources. And many people are saying it's no longer simply the economies of scale that is going to be making the difference, it's also the economies of skill. And I think you look at the combination of Saudi Arabia and India. We have scale, we have skill in our human resources and our management capabilities. We have capital, and we have, as I mentioned, the long-term vision that will align all of the resources we have. So opening the doors of communication, being clear with the messaging that we're getting all the way from the top, you and I and our colleagues in the two governments, translating that into policy, from policy to regulation, and then continuing the bureaucracy busting that we are both doing in our countries, 62, 63, in the global ease of doing business and attractiveness to the private sector is not good enough for us. We both want to be top 10, if not top 5, in terms of attractiveness. So that's where the trajectory where we're going. But I mean, you name it, this powerful combination that has manifested itself not only in the Strategic Council today. One thing I wanted to congratulate you on in my opening statement was the Prime Minister, our Crown Prince, and other global leader launching this economic corridor. This is going to be a historical moment. I mean, people talk about the Silk Road of thousands of years ago, the Spice Road from India through the Arabian Peninsula. This is going to be more significant, and it's going to be relevant because it's about new energies, it's about data, it's about connectivity, as I mentioned, human resources, aviation routes, and it's about aligning countries that are also of the same mind and of the same vision. And I think the next step is just to make sure that these powerful partners of ours, of yours and mine, the private sector, fully understand what we have ready for them in terms of opportunities, regulations, enablers. They match with each other. They need to find the right match. And we need to clear the road for them, and I think great things will happen.
I think it's wonderful, Khalid, when you speak about all that we can collaborate in and work together where we complement each other. Another area which I'm sure must have been a topic of discussion through the day today is the NEOM city. I'm extremely excited about the project that you're setting up, the new city that you're setting up at a cost of $500 billion. And the very concept of having a 100% clean energy driven entire city, designed in a manner to be very user friendly, leveraging the huge landmass, the coastline that you have. I think that's an area where India could contribute significantly in helping design that, helping construct that, and helping also man it or developing businesses around it, particularly given the strengths we've collected or the strengths we've garnered in the last few years in the technology field. Do you see India collaborating with Saudi Arabia to help NEOM come up faster, better, smarter?
Yeah, well, the good news, Piyush, is it's already happening. We'd like to scale it up and increase it. I mean, if you think in terms of just infrastructure building and contracting, Indian companies are already active there. At the master contractor level, we have Larsen and Toubro, L&T. And last night at dinner, I met 4 or 5 companies that are working with them and for them, ultimately for NEOM and Saudi Arabia to build this this visionary, and it's not a city. I mean, NEOM is the size of many European countries, and it's going to redefine livability. It's going to redefine many economic sectors. You will be happy to know that that one of the emerging technologies of communication, which is low orbit satellite, being pioneered by OneWeb, led by Bharat Telecommunication and Mr. Sunil Mittal, is already a partner with NEOM. One of many partners with NEOM in the technology field. I visited Bangalore more than 10 years ago, and I went into the campuses of your technology companies, the Emphasis and the Wipros, and I saw with my own eyes the capabilities of the companies as well as of the people. And these are not call centers for those who haven't been. These are high-tech engines that are powering global companies around the world. And many of them today have tens of thousands of people working for Saudi Arabia and in Saudi Arabia. So they're going to help us with smart cities, not only in NEOM. Riyadh is going to be one of the top 10 in terms of GDP. Its population will grow by a factor of 50–60%. And we need to not only enlist the innovation and capabilities of Indian companies that are active in smart city design, but we also need to learn what you have done here in India. I know Delhi from 20 years ago, and I see today great progress in managing the city in a smart way. And I think cities in Saudi Arabia and India are going to continue to work and climb that technology curve very fast.
I'm sure a lot of businesses would be very keen and interested to participate in that. In fact, one thing that I'd like to share with you is a study I recently read about the returns that investors have got from investments coming into India. This was a study on the top 500 companies listed in the stock exchange of India, Japan, US, and China. And India was the only country amongst these four which had given a 20% CAGR, return on investment, for 20 years. Almost 23% of Indian companies amongst the top 500 gave a 20% CAGR for 20 years in a row. And I think the closest to that was the US at about 7%, and probably Japan and China at 1%. That's the level of positivity that Indian investment, given its large demography, the billion-plus people, aspirational, looking for a better quality of life, with their basic needs all taken care of. Clearly it's demand-driven. Clearly it's cost-driven, very, very high level of purchasing power in the people of India. In this situation, how do we accelerate investments coming in from Saudi Arabia? Last I saw, the total FDI from Saudi Arabia to India in the last 20 years was just about $4 billion, of which also we saw 2.8 billion coming in during COVID in one or two large investments. What do you think India needs to do, Khalid, to up the ante? Is it more an outreach? Is it deeper engagement or communication? Or can we from government, we have a person who's recently joined Invest India to head up Invest India after 30 years of experience in Intel. So comes with long credibility and long years in building Intel in India into a very power-packed large corporation. So we have now Invest India looking at becoming the voice of India across the world, both for trade and investment. What would you like to recommend to us in terms of what we need to do to reach out to Saudi investors, to reach out to not only your sovereign wealth funds, but also possibly other corporations in Saudi Arabia to attract them to India?
Well, I think what we're doing today is a good first step because we're talking to about 1,000 people who are in this conference, who are very influential from both sides. And in addition to you talking to them about the opportunities in India and the great fundamentals you just mentioned, they've been networking among themselves and comparing notes. So that's a good first step. And I think it's important to highlight the success stories on both sides. You know, I was happy last night to meet a good friend of mine. I see him in many occasions, Mr. Yusuf Ali, who was talking about Lulu markets and what they've done. And I remember when I was in Aramco, and he came to me not long ago, and he said, I want to open my 7th or 8th Lulu market in Aramco. And we said, are you sure you can live to our very high standards? We're high standards in everything, including in hypermarkets, and he surprised us on the positive side by how well he does. But last night he was telling me that he is on his way to getting 100 hypermarkets in Saudi Arabia, despite the headwinds of e-commerce and and that it is also very profitable. But I think what he was telling me is that Saudi Arabia is one of the easiest places to do business, that he's able to replicate from town to town, multiply his business, and he feels, and I know there are some Saudis in that business that cannot match what he does. So we need success stories like this at all sectors. But he just happens to be the last one who talked to me last night about his success. In my opinion, and I'm sure you know this from your illustrious career, that success begets success. When you tell good stories about investors in India from Saudi Arabia or elsewhere that have come, located their business quickly, have been able to get healthy returns and be well received and treated on a level playing field like we're doing in Saudi and like you're doing in India for your investors, that those investments will multiply. And I think, and this is maybe a discussion that we should have in our own discussions, but I think the more we provide a regulatory framework that is visible to these investors, I have no doubt that a Saudi investor will be treated in India, with the most favored nation treatment. Because as we heard from the Prime Minister and His Excellency today, Saudi Arabia is a strategic partner for the kingdom. But underpinning that by agreements that we can post on our websites and say, if you go to India, you're going to get a level playing field and a most favored nation treatment. That will go a long way to ensuring that the legal firms and the consultants will not slow down these investments because of fear of facing some unfavorable treatment. So I hope we can work on this on both sides and create that transparency and clarity. And my last point, Piyush, and you mentioned it in your opening remarks, is as great as the big corporates that we have in the room and that we're proud of, I think the future lies with the young people, with the startups, with the innovators, with the entrepreneurs. And we need to make sure that we don't get all of our attention given to the big national champions and the multinational companies that are from India and Saudi Arabia. And we spend sort of a lot of time and water the fertile ground of entrepreneurship, because in 10, 15 years, some of them will be the national champions of our two nations.
I think that's a brilliant way to put it, and I have two thoughts that come to my mind. On both sides, how we can accelerate this story. May I invite Saudi Arabia, particularly your sovereign wealth funds, to come and set up or first consider, make a visit maybe to Gandhinagar, have a look at our gift city, the Gujarat International Financial Services Center. And you will appreciate that we've really brought together a much more simplified regulatory mechanism there. There's one regulator for all regulation. We've brought in tax breaks and made it very easy, seamless to move funds in and out of gift city. Maybe a good idea if on your part you could consider deputing a team. I'm happy to send the gift city officials to Saudi Arabia to have a conversation with you and your colleagues. And maybe if you could consider setting up operations in gift city, it could truly give a leg up on the flow of investments to India. On my side, I'm inclined to consider, and we have the president of FICCI, Mr. Subrakant Panda right here, the SG Pathak, I have Invest India CEO Nivruti Rai. So all the stakeholders who matter are here. If we receive a little support from the Saudi government, I'm happy to suggest that FICCI set up an office in partnership with Invest India and my Commerce Ministry, where we'll depute a couple of officials from the government also, who will be dedicated to work in an investment and trade promotion office situated in Riyadh. And from their handhold, and they have their linkages back home to India, both with the private sector through FICCI, to the government, through our government officials, and Invest India playing the role of creating that bridge. They can work to both encourage startup ecosystem to start talking to each other. We had a wonderful delegation of your young startups who attended the engagement group that India launched, the Startup 20. And I must thank you for the huge contribution they did to making that a success. Thank you. And maybe this could be the way to kickstart a greater flow of trade and investments, also to see how we can double our trade, which is currently at about $52 billion. Can we be more ambitious and take it to 100 billion? Can we look at more balanced trade between the two countries? And then can we look at India becoming the provider of food security to Saudi Arabia, while Saudi Arabia helps us provide more security in energy, oil, or in fertilizers. So it's really a win-win, and as you rightly said, a complementary relationship.
Great ideas, Piyush. I think I will match your offer and commit today that we will open an office in India for investment facilitation. And when we talk about investment facilitation, we're talking bidirectional. I always remind my team that our investment offices abroad need to be also facilitators for our outbound investments, understanding the market, getting them to talk to your ministry, to FICCI, to any other regulatory organization here in India, and be able to access the market. Within the next few weeks, I commit that we will send a strong delegation and contingent to Gift City to look at where and what to have there, including potentially our own representative office for the Ministry of Investment, whether it should be Mumbai, here in Delhi, or in Gift City. We're open. We just want to be in the right place to engage with the stakeholders, here in India. We will offer to create both a physical and a digital space. Knowing how important startups are to you, we will offer you sort of a place where you can set up this startup bridge in Riyadh and be able to access not only the market and partners on entrepreneurship from Saudi Arabia, but we will work with our VCs and hopefully in the next few weeks create a joint agreement between our National Venture Capital Fund and their counterpart here in India to channel venture capital and funding to startups that have the opportunity to leverage our two nations and our two markets. And I think matchmaking is a continuous process. No matter how successful this week is, yesterday and today, and the continuation of this week, as people continue to talk, we need to make sure we continue to nurture, because people from Saudi Arabia are more comfortable doing business in India if they are with the right partners in India, and vice versa. So we want to make sure that Invest Saudi, Invest in India, FICCI, and all of them have a fluid and dynamic process of introducing businesses and entrepreneurs to a number of their counterparts to select for themselves who they want to partner with. And I assure you that the PIF, of course, is our flagship investment engine, is keen on India. You mentioned the few $1 billion that have been invested since COVID. It is led by the PIF into some of your multinationals. So that is going to accelerate. In the previous years, they were also reliant on the Vision Fund, which had channeled some of the PIF money to some of the startups, but I believe they're going to lead that directly going forward. But I would also take the opportunity, Piyush, and just say it's not just NEOM, and it's not just Indian companies bringing their great capabilities in terms of engineering, construction, material supply. Saudi Arabia is a great platform for Indian companies to access the broader market around us. Saudi Arabia is truly physically and strategically, and from a policy, political, soft power, is a bridge to a much bigger market, which is Middle East, Africa, and Europe. We have, I don't want to say, it's not just abundant, it's almost infinite access to renewable energy at the lowest cost. And of course, our renewable energy companies and champions will invest in India to the maximum extent possible to produce renewables and hydrogen. But ultimately, if you're trying to compete with global producers and access global markets, you have to go to the place that has the combination of available land, great location, lower cost, abundant energy, natural resources. Saudi Arabia ticks all of those boxes for Indian companies that have matured and addressed the local market here in India and want to go abroad further with a step change in their cost structure. You will be amazed, and you will find us in the Ministry of Investment working with you to give your companies a boost to further drive the Indian economy by Indian companies continuing to go global.
Absolutely true. In fact, many areas that come to mind where we can look at working together. For example, while information technology or digital growth is one very good area where we can expand, I think your investments into our food processing industry in India can be a great driver of agricultural food security in the Saudi Arabian region. More importantly, we can look at pharma sector. That's another sector where Saudi Arabia can actually become the base not only for the Middle East but also for all of Africa, large parts of Europe, from where we can expand our footprint, and a partnership or a greater, deeper understanding between the regulatory authorities of Saudi Arabia and India can help the health and pharma industry of both countries grow faster. In fact, that's one of the areas I'm in dialogue with my colleague, the Commerce Minister, to see whether we could have MRA on pharma, which would allow easier access for Indian medicines into Saudi Arabia, which will then encourage Indian pharma companies to also invest. My own sense is once people see the market, then it excites them into investing into the country also. Similarly, in my humble view, India with 1.4 billion population, and 2/3 of them are in the working age. Our average size of our population is still under 30 years. And for the next 30 years, we will continue to be an under 30 average age population. So 30 years, we'll continue to have an under 30 Indian population. And we aspire to add in our Amrit Kal, that is until 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence, we aspire to grow from a $3.5 trillion economy to a $35 trillion economy. And we've set the groundwork, the foundation to achieve that over the last few years. So taking care of all the basic needs, be it food, clothing, shelter, healthcare, education, with all the basics being taken care of. Today we have a whole hungry not as in the stomach, aspirational young population, wanting the good things of life, digitally connected, having all the tools and the skill sets at their command to contribute, as do 2.7 million Indians who contribute to the Saudi economy. I think this is the moment in history that beckons us, and if we miss this opportunity, I think we'll only have ourselves to blame. History will not forgive us, Khalid, if we don't grab this opportunity. The leaders believe in each other. The leaders trust each other. I saw the chemistry between His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman and Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi over lunch and in the meetings. It truly is our moment, as you rightly said, in the sun, in the moon, our moment in the sky. I invite all our entrepreneurs, all the business persons to go for it. And I assure all of you that you will find in Khalid and me and our other colleagues in the government a helping hand, a supporting hand, and a friendly hand. And our two offices, the office that Saudi Arabia will open in India and our Invest India FICCI Government of India office that will open in Riyadh, will work to actually make this dream a reality. So warm invitation to all of you. Thank you.
Piyush, allow me also to conclude, because I've been told we need to wrap up. That as inspiring as your remarks have been, and they truly are, inspiring, because they have the passion, they have the facts, and I cannot disagree with them. But I'll also tell you, not to take anything away, that you're preaching to the converts. We are, and I am, and when I talk privately to my Saudi friends, we are big believers in India. We are not only your biggest, when you succeed, big things or small things, we celebrate in Saudi Arabia. I truly say it, we celebrate because we believe you are an extension of us, geographically, culturally, economically. Compatibility and complementarity are rare to find together. Some people are complementary, some people are compatible. You're both. When we look at our culture, look at our complexion. You could be, if you dress like this, you will go for a Saudi. and if I dress like you, I will go for an Indian. And it's not an accident. It's not by chance. We are essentially the same people. We think alike. I mean, you talk about the 2.7 million people. They are part of an 11 or 12 million expatriate community in Saudi Arabia. But I have not looked at the statistics carefully, but I can tell you, my impression and my experience over many, many decades of working with Indians in Saudi Arabia is that they are the most productive, they are the fastest learner, they are the most diverse. You find them in high tech, you find them in healthcare, you find them in engineering, you find them in banking, you find them in every adaptable, quick learners, loyal and very, very ethical, which is, I think we've learned from our professional lives, is very, very important. So values and ethics is very, very important. Now we take 2.7 million that we know that are essentially in our lives, and you multiply it to get to 1.4 billion, and you can only imagine the potential you have in this great nations. So we're part of your team, and we believe you are part of our team. I think we just need to translate everything that they have discussed in their engagements, everything that you and I see and say in our discussion, into action, into spending on the ground. Trade is great, and I want to take the 50 plus or minus billion to 100 billion. By the way, Saudi Arabia and India established diplomatic relations immediately after your independence in 1947. So when you celebrate 100 years of independence, we will be, as Saudis, celebrating 100 years of the modern relationship with India, and which is a continuation of 5,000 years of civilizations between our peninsula, Arabian Peninsula, anchored by Saudi Arabia today, and the subcontinent that is India and Bharat, which, as I mentioned, we're so proud of. I would like to invite our Indian colleagues to come to Saudi often. I would like to invite them to come to the FII conference. It's the world's biggest investment conference. Will be taking place 24th to 27th of October in Riyadh, led by the FII Institute, which is a spin-off from the PIF. Crown Prince personally oversees this investment conference, so it is when everything globally is discussed, but also where Saudi Arabian opportunities are discussed. I would like to invite Indian companies to consider Riyadh to be your home, your regional headquarters. We have a program for this, and we will do all facilitations to allow you to come and have the greatest incentives and benefits to be located in Riyadh. And of course, all of this will be driven by yourself, my good friend Piyush. Thank you very much for allowing us to throw our speeches away.
I think this was a good comment.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
What a great way to end the forum. Thank you, Your Excellencies. If I may ask you to remain on stage for the group photo, please. A historical moment indeed, as we have over 50 MOUs signed over the course in the past 24 hours, with over 3.5 billion US dollars worth of announcements. This is a significant milestone, and congratulations to both nations. First, I would like to call on stage, please, shall we continue? I would like to call on stage Saudi and India Exim Banks and Saudi and India SME Banks for the group photo, please. if I may, I would like to ask on stage Saudi and India Exim Banks and Saudi and India SME Banks for the photo with their excellencies, please. And now we will have two more groups of photos, please. I would like to call Group A from the following sectors: energy, human sources, ICT, agribusiness, defense, international trade and development. Please head to the stage for the group photo. Thank you. Group A of the following sectors: energy, human sources, ICT, agribusiness, defense, international trade and development. Please head to the stage. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. One group photo, and we will call Group B, and this is everyone from the following sectors: energy, chemicals, building technologies, ICT, building material, food and beverages, and restaurant services. Thank you, Group A. Thank you so much. Group B, please head to the stage. Group B, everyone from the following sectors: energy, chemicals, building technologies, ICT, building material, food and beverages, and restaurant services. Only the ones with the numbers in Group B. Please stand for the group photo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you so much. And this concludes our investment forum. This is Group B. This is B. This is B. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you everyone for attending and wish you a good rest of the day and travel back home. May we continue to collaborate, exchange, trade, and explore harmony between both nations for a mutual economic growth. For those attending the Media Oasis, we will be meeting at the main entrance of the venue shortly. Please head there. And if you are interested in B2B meetings, please head to Shah Jahan Hall. Thank you and goodbye.